just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
The party is just starting now. We're gonna put the show on.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is gonna be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
And here we are, everyone. We are in Brazil for the first event of the 2025 calendar year on the GKA Big Air Kite World Tour. My name's Liam Dredge, and I will be running you through this live stream. Over the next 2 days, we have the twin tip division going ahead. And as you might be able to hear, the yellow flag is up, and now goes the green. We are starting off with the men's division. So here we go. Finn Flugel, Nathan Texia, and Andrea Principe are going to be the riders who start. And they're just dialing down their first tricks. We do have a trick at the moment coming in for Finn Flugel, which we just missed there, which was a contra loop back roll tic-tac. Currently the wind is just shy of 30 knots, so it's been a bit of a patient game really, waiting for this wind to pick up. We were down here nice and early, ready with our riders, with the riders briefing happening about 9 o'clock this morning. It's now 20 past 12 local time. And this is the first heat of the day. So the plan of action is to get going with the men's twin tip division. We're also going to be seeing the women get on the water today. And then we're going to try and push as far as we can. We're hoping to carry on competition till about 5 p.m. local time before the light does go. And it's not just twin tip here in Jericho Aquaria that we're going to be seeing. We also have the surfboard big air as well as the hydrofoil big air. And both in surfboard and hydrofoil, we will be crowning our 2024 world champion. But for the twin tip division, this event will count for the 2025 season. So there's a lot at stake here for our riders. And at the moment, we can see a replay. What looks to be there, Andrea Principi. He is the man in the white lycra there. As we see the replay there, you can see not quite getting enough height there, obviously falling down, crashing that one. It's definitely a little bit on the lighter side at the moment, and we will hopefully see it pick up as the afternoon goes. The last couple of days have been actually really, really nice, and it's picked up rather heavy. You know, we've seen 35 to 40 knots the last couple of afternoons, so fingers crossed that we're going to be seeing the same. There's a promising forecast for this afternoon. Also, tomorrow now looks a little bit better with stronger wind projected. Hence why we are starting things off with the twin tip division. Okay, so blue lycra here. Rider in the blue lycra is actually Andrea Principi. My mistake there. Red lycra. We had Nathan Texia, as you can see there, going for a kite loop unhooked with a big crash going down. That's Nathan's second trick. Finn crashed his second trick. So just getting into a bit of the rhythm here, as we now follow Andrea Principi, blue lycra. So there we go, coming in left foot forward. A fresh start for Andrea here. This is the 2025 calendar year for this event, so he'll be looking to get things underway to a good start. We also see Lorenzo and Leonardo Casati there, also in the fleet. And you can see our event site there from above with the drone. Out here in the warm and beautiful Brazil. Judges Tower in the middle there. We've got our riders and athlete zone on the right-hand side. And on the left there, where the kites are pumped up, that's our crowd zone. So we're expecting to see quite a few local faces come down here and watch the action in Brazil. Beautiful spot here. Wind comes from cross on from the right. So it's actually right foot forward, which is a little bit different for previous events that we've seen on tour, because a lot of the events we have are actually left foot forward. So this is really now making the riders adapt and go sort of that other way. Maybe some of them not prefer their preferred way. But you can see Andrea Principi now looking for the right kicker. Deciding no, he doesn't want to get that one, so he's going to come back in towards the beach here. Riders roughly having about 40 to 50 seconds to perform their tricks. 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counting. And we now focus our attention to Andrea Principi for his second trick attempt. What's he got? Riding that new duotone Rebel there, the Alula. Goes up with that back roll. Kite loop with the rotations on the way down. So in these lighter winds, I don't expect to be seeing any double loops just this early in the competition. With, like I said, sitting around that 25 knot range. I think everyone's crossing their fingers and their toes to see the upwards of 35 to 40 knots. And I'm promising to see that later on, as you see now the replay of Andrea. Nice smooth landing on his approach down into the front. kite loop front roll for his first trick with a 6.17, and the kite loop back roll board off there. Scores coming in to be around similar, around the 6s as well. A couple crashes for Nathan and Finn on their second trick attempt, but we now go over to Finn Flugel in the white lycra, one of the youngest riders in the fleet. We have a lot of new faces actually as well in this event. A 24 men ladder it is, 12 for the woman. Need about 12 hours to finish this competition as well. And you can see now we have the scores on the left-hand side. So you can see the lycra colour that is by their name. They obviously have their country flag. And then you can see the scores that are counting. So Andrea, the only rider at the moment just to have the 2 scores landed and the 2 scores counting. And we see Finn Flugel here. Comes from a big freestyle background, Finn, as he crashes that one out. He'll be competing next week over in Cauipe. We've got a bit of a Brazilian stint going on here. Well, the team were over in Ibiraquera not too long ago. Now we're here for Jerry Big Air, and we go next week to Cauipe Lagoon for the freestyle. Currently riders choosing around that 9-10 meter mark. But there's 7s, there's 6s pumped up on the beach ready to go. As now Nathan Texier, the young French rider. Love watching this guy compete, really, as well in really strong winds, because he just goes, he absolutely sends it. I don't know if anyone has tuned in and watched Nathan before riding, but he really does commit. As he is there riding the Evo D-Lab. Coming in left foot forward. We'll definitely see some of our riders, if not all, do a jump with the left foot forward. I think it's favourable for most in the fleet here to jump left foot forward, but actually you want to make use of the waves here, and to really get in with those kickers you want to be going out to sea here like Nathan is doing, right foot forward. Tide's on the low side at the moment, so we will see a higher tide as we go into this competition here. Nathan with that board off kite loop. So no one is eliminated as well into round 1. If you win, you go straight to round 3, and the other 2 will battle it out in round number 2. So it's not a knockout just yet, but later on as these rounds progress, we will see the knockout stages come. Hopefully we can reach that point today. But the plan is, as I mentioned, round 1 of the men, then we go round 1 of the women, and we just bounce back and forth, hopefully getting around towards that sort of round 4 mark. Andrea Prinsbury now, left foot forward, as I said. Turning around now as he wants to jump right foot. Currently with that 12.37 made up of 2 scores. And again, just waiting for those kickers to form. Andrea last year ranked 13 in the 2024 calendar year, but he didn't compete over in Gran Canaria, just competed over at Laws of Tram, which kicked things off in the 2024 calendar year. And again, they're nice and smooth from the 2023 world champion as he goes for that back roll board off kite loop. And manages to get that board up underneath his feet just in time before coming in with a smooth landing. So that's 3 tricks for Andrea and 3 tricks landed. As I mentioned, 3 tricks, 3 scores count towards the overall. And focus now goes on to the youngster of Finn Flugel. Kite loop board off there from Nathan, scoring a 2.50. Just trying to find Finn. Whereabouts is he on the water? You can also see there the time, no time on the clock at the moment. It's because it's done by turn. We're going trick by trick. They're not timed heats. It is trick by trick. So there's flags on the beach. When their flags get raised or the colour, the rider is allowed to jump. Just trying to locate where Finn Flugel is at the moment. You can see here Andrea really starting to find a nice little groove with a contra loop back roll board off from that last manoeuvre. Definitely on the lighter side at the moment. Red flag is now up. Okay, so that tells me that the heat is currently on standby. We'll find that information into why that is. No, there we go. White flag is up, so we're back into sequence. Finn Flugel. So here we go. Following the youngster. Recent sign with also Red Bull Finn, so it's been a good last couple of months for him as he sticks this one right into the shallows. Not much height though. But I do want to talk and cover a little bit on the judging criteria. Because there's been a little change in the judging criteria for the 2025 year. What are the judges looking for then? So height and amplitude in big air is a must. What do we mean by that? Well, obviously the height, how high the rider jumps and travels. Travel distance is in there, and the hang time as well. So really, you know, how long is that rider staying in the air? How high is he going, and how much distance is he covering from start to finish? And then we have to look at the second point in judging criteria, the extremity. Within this, we're looking at the kite angle, the yank, the explosiveness, and the speed in and speed out of a maneuver. And then finally, we have the technical difficulty. So what does that include? Well, the scale of 0.1 to 10 points. And it can be made up of, obviously, the execution, so the degree of rotations and spins completed during a maneuver. Double or triple rotations, loops, flips, and board spins can score higher than single rotations, but they have to be performed well. And they have to be done well, provided the criteria of height, amplitude, and extremity have been met. So, as technical as the move can be, the judges really want to see it done big. They want the riders to send it, all right? So that's really important. All landings as well must be executed well and in a controlled manner, and the smoothness of a maneuver must be demonstrated by fluid body control throughout its execution. Obviously, we have innovation as well. Any trick that introduces something new or different from previous competition will be rewarded. So looking at some of the scores that have come in during my explanation there of the judging criteria, we've got Finn Flugel putting his second score on of a 4.03. That was a Controlute front roll tic-tac. Nathan there with a Controlute back roll board off for a 2.83. And Andrea's now got a nice score, looking like one of his best ones for that Controlute front roll tic-tac as well. So we're going to be going back into sequence shortly with Finn Flugel. So here we go, Finn Flugel now. Going for those back rotations, taking off that board as well, looping the kite. Looking a little bit out of control at some points during that move, but lands it. That will go down as a scored trick. 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are going to be counted. We're now on trick attempt number 5 for all of our riders. And you can see there, Finn just getting in that last rotation on the way down. Also, what riders have to consider is, obviously, they're landing in a little bit of choppy conditions, so you don't want to be landing on top of a wave. You want to time those kickers to perfection, land nice and smooth. And scores now coming in for Finn's last move. Currently in second position, Nathan in third, and Andrea Principi is the rider in the lead. Nathan now going up with those back rotations, taking the board off. Very similar to Finn Flugel there, but a crash. That will go down as a crash from our judges. So just struggling to find the rhythm there on that one as he passed the baton over to Andrea Principi. Wind-wise, we're currently looking at around 25 knots, no more at the moment. It's been a little bit up and down over the last hour. We did see upwards of around 30. It's just dropped a few knots. Fingers crossed we're going to start seeing that pump up again, though, as Andrea here doesn't look like he's going to engage just yet. Yeah, decides against it, so coming back in towards the beach now. Andrea's actually been out in Brazil for, I believe, the last couple of weeks training here at the spot. going left foot forward here. Andrea, sort of tornado approach there with that later loop as he comes down. You can see he was pretty stoked there with that one. Amazing what we can see some of our riders do in these lighter conditions. As we watch the replay. So it goes for that forward rotation there, taking the board off with the contra loop, and just about manages to get the board underneath his feet and ride out of that one smoothly. So Andrea's lowest score is that kite loop front roll with a flip. Oh, sorry, no, the contra loop back roll board off is his lowest score at the moment. And it looks like, yeah, he's going to knock that one out now with the same move, but with the front roll rotation rather than the back roll. And, oh, Finn Flugel landing to blinds there. Let's have a little look at that one. So we watch that again. He takes off with that back roll. Board flip on the way up, then loops the kite. Getting the ball underneath his feet and landing to blind. Not much height there, but the technical side of that, obviously, very impressive. But as I just mentioned with the judging criteria, the judges really want to see the height and the amplitude and the explosiveness, which I know is obviously difficult when the winds are a little bit on the lighter side. But it's all going to be factored into the collective score as we're now on trick attempt number 6. Nathan, now currently in 3rd position, is up next. And here we go, Nathan Texier. We'll now head back out into the competition area. Going right foot forward. What looks to be a 9-meter Evo D-Lab here. Looking like he's going to engage now, but just catching an edge on the way through. I believe that will now go down as a crash. Let's have a little look what the judges put. Because also these riders are under time. They've got about 45 seconds, I would say, on average to perform their trick. Finn Flugel with the contra loop back roll with a flip there. 5.03 for his last one, so continues to just progress on that score. It's a crash from Nathan, and now Andrea is going to be the next rider to jump. At Jericho Choir, the sun is out, the wind is on, and we are going to be here for the rest of the afternoon, hopefully pushing through these early rounds of the men and the women's twin-tip division, as we now shift the focus over to a previous world champion for 2023, Andrea Principe. Took that title over in Tarifa 2 years ago. Current world champion on the GKA Big Air scene is Jeremy Berlando. He won the event in Gran Canaria this year. Had to pull out of this event due to injury. But here we go, Andrea Principe. 6th trick attempt, gets nice height there. One of the higher jumps that we've seen during this heat. And again, sticks to landing. Believe Andrea there riding maybe a kite size just above the rest, and also on that 5-strut Rebel. And you can clearly see here as he goes, not the cleanest of takeoffs there with that front rotation and the board off as well. Loops the kite, carries on with those forward rotations. And yeah, definitely not the cleanest of takeoffs. Sort of caught a little bit of the whitewash there in the wave, but definitely made it work with what he had. And it's now looking like one of his best scoring tricks that we see, the kite loop front roll board off. Yeah, 7.93 there for Andrea Principi. So last trick attempt now for our riders. Remember, no one is eliminated in this round 1, but the winner will go straight through to round number 3. Nathan here. Again, big heavy land in there from him. An absolute knee breaker. Hopefully he's all good. Looks like he's fine there. As you can just see, takes the board off by the fin, but just couldn't swing under the kite. Not enough height there to be able to come out of that one smoothly. So last trick now is going to be for Andrea. Sorry, Nathan now. Again, going down and crash, looking like he wanted to unhook there. Will the judges put that down as a crash there for Nathan? Yes, they will. So that's going to go down as a crash. So Andrea Principi now, last trick of the heat. As you can see there, the blue flag is up. And there he is. So last trick of the heat. Probably knows now he's won. 21.06. No one can catch him now. Finn Flugel's going to remain in second. Maybe he just takes it easy here, Andrea, or does he want to try something new? Put on a bit of show for everyone watching. But a nice comfortable start here for a rider who is going to be looking to progress far in this competition. As you can see, they're just going for that Kung Fu. Mixing it up, showing a little bit of variety. But there we have it. That is the first heat of this big air event here in Brazil. Wind is there. Hopefully it will continue to increase as we go through the afternoon. But up next, we have 3 more riders to take to the water, so don't go anywhere. And we'll be back very shortly.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Okay, so here we go. We are back now. Round number 1, heat number 2 of the men's twin tip division. Samuele Bandelli, Mario Sanchez, and Leonardo Casati. Those are the 3 riders now. White Lycra will be the one to jump first. So this is Samuel. Had a last-minute call-up, actually, in this event. Was on the waiting list, waiting patiently in Brazil. As you can see, we are now live as he goes for that front roll board off with that loop as well. So a nice way to open up his heat there, Samuel. Running the ozone vortex. You can see there, putting on that backhand, so kite looping. And Marius Sanchez will be the rider to jump, riding for Reading. First event for Marius as well. Has been a bit unlucky for some in the past, as he has wanted to be given an opportunity, and he's now got it in Brazil. So Marius Sanchez will be the next rider to jump. As you can see there, the flag has been raised. So the flag gets raised on the beach, and then the rider can go and perform their move. Here he is, Marius Sanchez, left foot forward. Rides a lot down in the windy spot of Barcarez. As he goes up. Not a lot of height there, and very shallow there. Risking it a lot there, as you can see, nearly getting yanked out. But riders deciding that they want to jump a little bit closer into shore, maybe because it's a little bit flatter there in some places. But obviously the risk of that is very shallow. As you can see, probably no more than sort of knee height deep. So crash there for Marius. Next up, we're going to be seeing Leonardo Casati. A rider that has had some fantastic results this year within the big air scene. Also a complete rider. He'll be doing surfboard big air and hydrofoil big air here in Brazil. Riding that Harlem kite. One of the younger riders on the competition. Takes the board off as well. Looping that kite. And you can probably see at home, not a lot of height being executed here from our riders. But while we're in these early rounds, please do fire me as many questions as you can. How's the stream looking your end? And I can see here a question about the timeline. So we're just going to be trying to push as far as we can in this twin tip division. As mentioned before, we start with the men round 1, then we move over to women round 1. Then we go men round 2, women round 2. We are hopeful that if this wind stays, and it is supposed to get windier as well, it pretty much does here in Brazil. It always picks up in the afternoon. Then we can continue to around sort of 5 p.m, 5:30 if we're lucky, before it gets a little bit too dark. And hopefully see our way pushed through even round 3, which would be excellent if possible, and if conditions allow. So here we go, red flag now in the sky. We go back to Mario Sanchez. So we had a crash in the shallows last time. Let's see if he's going to be going and doing the same thing. That looks like it might be a 9 meter there. As he takes the board off, loops that kite. And that's a better landing there for Marius. A score on the board for him. As the kite loop back roll board off for Leonardo Casati, previously scoring a 4.43. The kite loop front roll board off from Samuel, opening up his heat, was a 5 bang on. And it's looking like Marius here. Nice little grab there onto the fin on the way down. Marius there looking like it could be sort of in the mid to high 5s. Casati, again getting that board off with not much height. Riders probably jumping around sort of 8 to 10 meters, I would say, at the moment. Riding slightly bigger kites. And we go now, trick attempt number 3. 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. Samuel now going right foot forward, wanting to use the kicker. Uses it. Loops the kite with that back roll rotation and a board off. And sticks it. So that will be a scored trick. The contra loop front roll board off from Marius, a 5.27. Kite loop front roll board off there from Leonardo Casati previously, coming in on the high 5s as well. Smoothly done from Samuel as we now shift over to the next rider that needs to jump. White flag goes down, red flag goes up. So here we go, Marius Sanchez now. 3rd trick attempt. As we see Marius here, skipping over those waves, looking for a kicker, finds one, goes up, couple back roll rotations with a board off, but yeah, not able to swing underneath that kite and get that board back on his feet. 2nd crash for Marius, 6.77 for the kite loop back roll board off that Samuel Bandelli just performed. That now pushes him into 1st place, but Leonardo Casati, now blue flag is raised, is on his 3rd trick attempt. 2 tricks done already for Leonardo, 2 landed. And makes use of the kicker. Contra loop. But again, doesn't look too happy with that one. As you can see there, gets a couple forward rotations, gets that board off nice and extended with the body there and looping the kite with the front hand. But yeah, maybe not quite getting the uplift he was hoping for. We definitely know Brazil as a windy spot, and obviously the further north you go and the further you travel up the coast, the windier it can get. But we do hope to be seeing upwards of 30 knots later, 35 knots. That would be perfect as we see another contra loop here from Samuel. Nicely performed there from the Italian. Marius Sanchez now, 4th trick attempt. Kite loop front roll board off from Leonardo Casati, not looking too good on the scoreboards. And comes in at a 3.20. So you can see there, currently in 1st place, Leonardo. 2nd, we have Samuel. And 3rd, the rider on your screen, Marius Sanchez. So Marius now just coming back into shot. 1 trick counting of a 5.27. A few more white caps starting to form on the horizon, so hopefully that means the wind is picking up. We do have a live wind station here at the moment. And it's giving us around those low 20 knot marks at the moment, so definitely a little bit of a drop in wind. Riders needing to adapt their skills here. Left foot forward for Marius as he goes for those front rotations with that tornado effect. Again, does he butt check? I think he might have got away with that one there. So what's the replay here? Takes the board off at a good time, loops that kite, so nice contra loop there. And didn't manage to see the speed out there or the landing. But Leonardo Casati is the next rider to jump. Also competing is his brother Lorenzo. Will be later on. As Leonardo crashed there. So white flag goes up, trick attempt number 5. 3 tricks count, 7 attempts. Samuel there playing in the waves. As he's now bumped himself up into first place with the 3 tricks that he has. As you can see here, finding the kicker. Definitely getting some travel distance there, but maybe not the height. And a big crash as that board just pelts away from him. Decent bit of distance there, but again, yeah, just lacking a little bit of height. Maybe some of these riders now needing to go up maybe 1 or 2 kite sizes. As you can see here, just knew on his way down that he wasn't going to be able to quite manage to get that ball back under his feet. As we now move over to Marius for his 5th trick attempt. Needs to get a score on the board here ideally, otherwise he's going to leave himself a little bit of pressure to land the last 2 tricks. So Marius goes up, front roll, board off with the loop. But again, big butt check there. Shame, because he definitely had one of the more higher jumps that we've seen in this heat. As we watch again. Couple nice rotations with that board off. Does get the board underneath his feet here. And I thought he was going to ride away from it, but unfortunately not. Seeing what the judges are going to put, it looks like it's going to be a crash. As we now move over to Leonardo Casati with what looks to be a new Harlem kite up in the sky. We'll try and get some more information on that. Big 5-shot Harlem kite there. And Leonardo Casati sticking his 5th trick attempt. Lowest score for Leonardo is the contra loop front roll board off of a 3.20. So he'll be looking to try and eliminate that score and bump his way back up into first place. And it's looking like it's going to be one of the highest scores of the heat so far. A couple nice ones coming in from our judges. White flag up, Samuel now. First time competing in the GKA for him. As I said, there's quite a few riders in the field here that haven't competed before on tour. And will be looking to sort of put their stamp on where they belong. Samuel there, what looks to be playing it a little bit more safe there. What's his lowest score? He's got that contra loop front roll board off of a 4.72. As we see the replay here. Not looking like it's going to be one of the highest scores. Remember, judges want to see the height and they want to see the explosivity. What's really important is that extreme factor. So the kite angle, the yank, the speed in and the speed out. But obviously riders needing to adapt when the conditions are a little bit on the lighter side. Mario Sanchez now, 6th trick attempt, kite loop with a late back, playing it nice and safe, getting a score on the board. Smart move there from Marius. Needs 11.23 to bump his way into second, 11.31 to get himself into first. So it's pretty tight at the top at the moment. This is definitely going to advance Marius' score, and he's going to give himself a better chance on this last trick attempt after Leonardo Casati. Leonardo is the next rider to jump. For that kite loop back roll ball off, he scored a 7.70, which has just pushed him back out into first. As we see Leonardo here with the conch loop, multiple front rotations. He knows he's got to improve that concha loop, which is currently that 3.20. That's going to do so. So that will advance his lead. As you see here, rotating around, looping the kite with the front hands. And again, nice smooth landing. Definitely not seeing the height there at the moment. I mean, that's no disadvantage to the riders and no mistake of them. But yeah, definitely on lighter side with the wind. Everyone wants to see it improve a little bit more. Fingers crossed that Brazil can start delivering for us as we enter the afternoon period. Yeah, but riders definitely struggling with getting the height. I think that's pretty obvious to everyone. As we now are on the last trick attempts for these riders. Crash there for Samuel, so no advance on his score, 16.49. Mario Sanchez now, red flag up, right foot forward. Last trick attempt for him. What are we going to see? Goes for front roll board off with a contra loop. With the added rotation, but again, another crash for Marius. So not the best heat for Marius, but there's no loss for him just yet because he will have a second chance. Oh, sorry there, Samuel, sorry. Got the light crisp muddled up there. But here we see, here we see Marius with the crash. Leonardo Casati now, last jump of the heat, as he is your first place rider. Nice and simple there for Leonardo. You can do those ones with his eyes closed. It's going to be Leonardo in first place, advancing through to round 3. Samuel in second and Marius in third. 3 more riders coming up next. Round number 1, heat number 3, we have Fabian Frick, Himo Mahmoud and Zach Adams. These are the next 3 riders on the water here in Brazil. As you can see, they're making their way out. 7 tricks, 3 of which are going to be counting. Next heat is underway. So Fabian Frick is going to start things off. Another rider we're given the opportunity for his first GKA event, riding the slingshot gear there. Coming out of Germany. I've seen as well, has quite a nice little YouTube channel where he likes to post little vlogs about big air kiting. And Fabian now starting off with a crash that we missed. So Kimo Mahmoud now, the Egyptian, coming up next. A very well-rounded rider. Very good on the freestyle as well. One of the higher-ranked riders we have on the freestyle tour. Now competing in the big air. As we now follow Kimo riding for Duotone with the new Rebel D-Lab in his hands. Takes off, front roll, board off, kite loop. And sticks it nicely. Nice opening up there for Chemo. Very experienced in competition as well, Chemo. Knows what needs to be done, as you see there. Very much in control. A couple nice tic-tacs as well. As Zach Adams now is the next rider to jump. Zach Adams really putting his name within the big air scene this year. Has had some good results. Was in Lord of Tram. Also had a nice result in Gran Canaria. Recently been accepted as well into King of the Air, which is that last big air event of the year in Cape Town. So he's stoked on that, but he'll be looking to also go really far in this competition. But we're just trying to find Zach Adams as well at the moment. We actually can't see that blue jersey out on the water at the moment. So although the flag is up, he should be out there. But for whatever reason at the moment is not out on the water. Just been informed he's actually on the beach changing his lycra colour. So unfortunately for Zach, he's going to be crashed out on his first trick. So we now go over to Fabian Frick. It's important that the riders always look at the ladder, see what lycra they get, grab the right lycra, and then they're good to head out. As we see Fabian here, his second trick attempt, opening up with a crash, so wanting to land this one, which he does. Kite loop front roll tic-tac from Chemo Mahmood is a 5.50. The replay here from Fabian goes up. You can see loops that kite, back roll board off there. Next up now, we shift the attention back to Chemo. Kite loop back roll board off around. The 4.5s coming in for Fabian. Chemo now. You can see just waiting for that kite to come into action on the right-hand side, and there he is. Getting over the white water there, looking for a cleaner kicker to take off on. You can see now starting to engage. And landing it nicely. So Zach Adams now, after putting on the wrong lycra, he's now on the water. So he's going to be a trick behind. He's not going to be able to get that back. So technically now for Zach, he's only got 6 trick attempts. As you can see here, front roll. Another rotation on the way down with the board spin. So you watch the replay here. Goes up, front roll, kite loop, board spins, another front rotation, which sort of looked a little bit inverted as well. And opens up with what looks to be a nice score coming his way. Chemo 7.10 for a kite loop back roll tic-tac. Very well executed on that second move. And we now go back over to Fabian. So Fabian running exactly the same gear, teammates with Zach. Skipping over that whitewash as he goes up. Again, very similar move to the one we just saw there without the board spins. Zach Adams with the 8.50, highest score of the day so far in all the heats. But we are at very early stages. We're only in heat number 3 of the men. But now we are shifting to the Egyptian, currently in first place. The only one with 2 scores on the board at the moment, but it's looking like Fabian will join him there. Yep, 2.70 for that last one, which was a kite loop front roll board off. Chemo now coming in left foot forward. Nearly Loses it on the landing there, but keeps it together. Chemo here, you can see taking off with that back rotation, looping the kite, then the board comes off. A couple of board spins as well. But Zach Adams now is the next rider to jump. Just been informed that that last trick from Chemo was out of the competition area, therefore that will not count. So his score will remain on that 12.60. So Zach Adams turning around. Zach Adams, left foot forward, looking like he's going to engage. Does so. Front roll rotation, multiple with the board off as well. That tornado effect that we see so effortlessly done as well from riders like Jason van der Spy, who actually isn't going to be competing here in Brazil. But Zach Adams here demonstrating it really nicely as he goes into those rotations. Loops the kite. And has a nice smooth landing. Fourth trick attempt now. But again, Zach Adams, I'm being told by our judge panel, was out of time there. So judges not taking any prisoners here. They've got to stick inside the competition area and they've got to be within the time frame. Shame there because it was a fantastic maneuver there from Zach, but it's not going to count. They are jumping far too close to the beach at the moment. They need to try and stay within that competition area which is set out. Otherwise they will be penalised. And we've seen a few penalisations at the moment with the likes from Chemo and Zach. But Chemo again, crashed there for Fabian on his last trick. So we now stick with Chemo, trick attempt number 4. Counting it now, getting a little bit tight for time. He's got to start to engage soon. Otherwise he will be crashed out from the judges, and I believe he has been crashed out from the judges. We shift over now to Zach Adams on the blue. So Zach Adams now. Just about manages to wrap round there. Gets the board off, loops the kite, but again lacking a little bit of height there, Zach Adams, but as is the majority of riders at the moment as well. So Zach probably going to be bumping his way up into first place after that landed trick, but passes the baton over to Fabian. It's looking like a sort of a mid to high fives there for Zach. Keep an eye on that scoreboard on your top left-hand side of the screen. As Fabian now going for that full rotation. Very inverted there on the turns. Not the best of landings, as you see here. Gets the board off with the board flips. But just on this landing here, was it a little bit of a butt check we saw? I don't think so. But it wasn't quite the speed out that the judges are looking for. Riders really having to try and adapt here in these conditions because, yeah, wind hasn't quite picked up as we were hoping, as what the forecast was projected to. So Chemo now. A couple of crashes on his last tricks, but reason being he was out of the box. Being tight again there. As he's jumping very close to the shore. As you can see there, he's standing up and he's knee deep. I believe that's going to be, well, it will be another crash. does, oh no, nearly gets the ball back on his feet. But just jumping a little bit too shallow here at the moment. Kite loop front roll tic-tac there from Fabian Frick, a 3.20. Zach Adams is the next rider to jump. Sits in first place with a 13.93. Probably going to be starting to engage left foot forward. Zach Adams goes up. But yep, doesn't like it. Didn't get a very good takeoff at all. White flag now. Fabian Frick. We'll try and get some information on the kite sizes that our riders are riding, but I believe it's around the 9 and 10 meter ranges. That actually might be an 8 there with Fabian, but he is one of the younger and lighter riders as he goes down heavy. Maybe trying to do too much with too little there from Fabian. Chemo now up next. See a few comments in here saying about Chemo and Karim. Yeah, it is the same person. My apologies. Chemo is sort of the nickname he's referred to. But Chemo and Karim, yes, same person on the water in that orange Leica. So Zach Adams now. Trick attempt number 6. One more trick attempt for all of our riders after this jump. Waiting for Zach. He's got to act quickly soon. Can't go too far out because he's going to get timed out otherwise. So Zach now. Looks like he's on, I believe that's a 9 meter there if I can see correctly. But he's got to start to engage soon. Looking like left foot forward. And a big crash there for Zach. So yeah, definitely riders struggling a little bit out there at the moment in these conditions. White flag is up, so 7th trick now. So this is the last trick attempt in this round 1, heat number 3. Winner goes to round number 3. Second and third will be going into round number 2. No one's eliminated in these early rounds. But Fabian there crashing out on that last trick attempt. So now Karim engaging. And a big butt check for him. And last rider to now jump will be Zach Adams. So the scores and the positionings of these riders isn't going to move anywhere. We've got Zach Adams in first, Chemo in second, and Fabian Frick in first place, with Zach Adams still to jump for his last move. Probably doesn't know that he's going into round 3 at the moment and finishing first. But again, really taking his time here, and is now going to be getting crashed out. So probably going to have a little word, the judges, with some of these riders, just to try and speed up the process a little bit and be wary of the time. As Zach here performing, yeah, one of the higher tricks that we've seen in that heat. But I do think that maybe it will go down as a crash due to being timed out. But heat number 4 of round number 1 coming up next.
This is a dream come true.
So here we go, round number 1, heat number 4, and we have a few locals here, local wildcards that qualified into this event through yesterday's nationals. Victor Emmanuel, Juliel Linhares, and Edgar Ulrich. You all know that name. So these 3 riders will be the ones that are going to be going in this next heat. So Juliel now jumping next. Home spot here for him. Riding the Vantage kite there. Nice bit of height there. Let's see how much of this local knowledge is going to play in factor here, especially in these lighter winds. I mean, just there, even on that one, jumping with more height than what we've seen so far. We're going to have a little look at what Edgar can also do. Edgar Ulrich had a podium finish in Laws of Tram at the start of the year. Obviously that does count towards the 2024, not the 2025. This result here in Brazil is part of the next year's calendar. So here we go, right foot forward, plenty of speed here for Edgar, gets a nice takeoff. Extends the body, comes down with a lot of control. Nice little tweak, grabs at the way down as well. We'll try and make sure that we keep the view of the kite in the shot as well. So here a nice replay. All riders landing their first tricks. As the attention now shifts over back to the local Vic, the angle of the kite and the rider within the same shot. There might be the odd, but the majority I am making sure to try and get the kite and the rider in the same picture for everyone at home. Keep your feedback coming on the stream. Also let us know where you're tuning in from. I'm going to try and get some riders in the booth as well as we start to get into rhythm here during this event. So let me know who you want to try and see within the booth. We also do obviously have surfboard and hydrofoil big air riders knocking around the event site. But just looking at some of the scores here, no biggies just yet. Kite loop back roll board off from Edgar was a 6.03, so opening up very nicely, and we're now going to join him for the second trick of his routine. Goes here, front roll, kite loop, wanting to maybe try and grab the board off there. As we watch the replay, gets a nice takeoff on the wave, goes to that front rotation, looking like maybe wanting to grab the board there, but then instead tweaks around, grabs the nose, and does land successfully.
And I tell
So here we go, following this local here. Earning his spot in the competition during yesterday's Brazilian national event. So it's a 24 ladder and there's 2 spots for the locals to be able to snap up a spot. As you can see here, the replay there just showing good pop. With that rotation going forward with the board off, like big loop of the kite. And managing to just about stick the landing. Really important that the riders pay attention to where that competition zone is so they don't get tricked out. Okay, apologies for the slight quietness there. We were just fixing something up in the stream booth. But we're now about halfway through this heat number 4 of round number 1. 4 more heats remaining in this round number 1 of the men. And you can see at the moment it's Edgar Ulrich who has 3 nice scores contributing to him. So now we join Juliel Linhares, who is your second place rider. Goes up, front rotation, board off with the kite loop, contra loop, sorry. Not the cleanest of takeoffs, but manages to get up there, loop the kite, get the board off, back under his feet with plenty of time. And an added rotation on the way down. So this is the angle that we all want to see. Good kite angle there, considering it wasn't the highest of jumps. But Edgar Ulrich now goes up, unhooking as well with his Kung Fu passes. We've already seen one of those today. But that one was definitely executed a little bit better. As you can see here, getting the takeoff, unhooked, passing the bar, and then spinning around on his way down. So back now to the start. Victor Emmanuel, local wildcard. Looping the kite very late there. Currently on 8.04. As we watch the replay here, front rotation, gets that board off and does loop that kite late. So red flag now. Looking at some of these scores coming in. Kung Fu there from Edgar's looking to be around the high 7s. And again coming down with speed. Juliel, contra loop front roll board off there for Victor, 4.80. Juliel here looking for could be around the 5s. 5th trick attempt. But now it's Edgar Ulrich who will be the next rider to jump. As we keep an eye on Edgar, contra loop front roll board off for Juliel, 5.17. Edgar now coming in, left foot forwards. Goes up. Again, similar move to before, but scored that 7.60. And a handle pass as well on the way down. Edgar here showing his freestyle backgrounds, a very well complete rider. White flag goes up now. 6th trick attempt for Victor. Gets a nice kicker here. Okay, so here we go. Juliel now. Outside the competition area now, so he's going to have to turn around, which he does. But he might run out of time here. Crash there for Victor previously. But he goes up, back roll, board off. A very late loop there. And that will go down as a crash. So Edgar Ulrich now, 6th trick attempt. Has landed every single trick so far in this heat. Edgar once again. Crash there for him. Does ride away quite a heavy butt check. Actually, it will be interesting to see whether the judges put that down as a crash or not. I think it's going to be a low score though. Controlute front roll board off there for Juliao on his previous move coming in at a 1.33, but that's not going to improve that 15.50 that he has. Edgar Ulrich, current heat leader, but we now return to sequence for the last trick attempt for each rider. Up next, we have 3 more riders coming. Who are those going to be? Well, we're going to be having Shahar Sarsby, Cam Keminik, and Matisse Rum Eliajulu. So last trick attempt now for these riders before we go into heat number 5. So Victor goes up. But again, sort of more of a down loop there than a kite loop. I think didn't get the takeoff he liked. As you can see here, yeah, pretty heavy on that front foot. Pretty much quite out of control. Having to loop that kite just so that he can land. So just missing the start of this one here from Juliao, but it looked nice. Replay shows here. As he goes up, front rotation with the board off, loops the kite, and adds in that added rotation. And another one as he comes down. So final trick now for Edgar Ulrich. Last trick of the heat. First place Edgar Ulrich now, riding that duotone Rebel. Plenty of speed here, finding the kicker. Does find it, not the best to take off. But sticks the landing. Pretty pleased about that one by the looks of things. So heat number 5 now, just started. Round number 1 of the twin tip big air men. Mathis Rumelioglu from France, opening up with a crash. Cam Kamenek from Germany. And then on your screen there, Shahar Sabre. Shahar has competed at a few other stops at the last year's big air event, both in Laws of Tram and in Gran Canaria. Riding in part of the core team. As you can see there, what looks to be maybe the pace. But as you know, riders having to jump within their time limit and inside the competition box. Shahar there, back roll board off with a kite loop. But it might be crashed out because of the time, as you can see here. Kite loop with the back roll board off. So here we go, Mathis. Couple of front rotations there, again with that board off. Not a crazy amount of height there, but I will actually pop my head out of the booth after this here. I do want to have a little feel for what the wind is doing so I can let you everyone know at home what we're sort of looking at, because I do think it's windy, but obviously in Brazil the wind doesn't have the same density as some of these European spots, or even, you know, likes of Cape Town. We know that Cape Town has very dense wind when it's windy, but 30 knots in Brazil can be very different to 30 knots in places like Cape Town or Tarifa or places like Baccarat in France. So all these sort of well-known big air places are very punchy, whereas Brazil's wind not as dense. A lovely shot there of the drone in the sky, just overlooking our competition zone. Tide's actually on the way in as well, so we should start seeing better waves. We've noticed that the last couple of days have shown better swell, not better swell, but better wave periods, better kickers once that tide is on its way up. So Shahar watching the replay here. Front roll, looping the kite with the board off. Definitely feels windy. I mean, our container's shaking a little bit. Kite loop back roll board off for Shahar, 4.57. Mathis with the kite loop front roll board off, 4.05. Here he is on your screen. Third trick attempt. Mathis engaging. Goes up, back roll, looping the kite with a couple of back rotations as well, spinning down. As you can see here, he goes up and rotates on the way down. A little bit of slack in the lines on his decline there. But Cam Kamenek now. Goes up, takes the board off, loops the kite, adds in that back roll, but a big heavy landing there. Real back slap to the water. As we watch this one now a little bit closer in. So he loops that kite, he gets the board off, he rotates round with that back rotation. But yeah, he just looks a little bit uncomfortable there trying to put the board back on his feet. Then leading to the crash. Competition zone, competition area. Left-hand side there we have the crowd. In the middle we have our judge tower. And on the far right we have the athlete zone. Shahar now. Goes up. Front roll, board off, inverted front roll as well. As you can see here, nice and zoomed in. Drone also flying near him. Has to invert a little bit on that front roll just to enable him to get the rotation round and actually land that trick. As Cam there, again, not getting enough height to swing under. So riders definitely, I think some of the, they're all pretty struggling at the moment just to really sort of fine-tune and get into the right gear of, of what's delivering, what's going to be good to do, and having to adapt, probably their riding styles as well in these sort of windy but sort of light wind conditions. I mean, when I say light wind, I mean sort of, as I said, the density of it. 30 knots on the beach here can be 30 knots on the beach somewhere else, very different. And riders, having to adapt to Shahar there, looping that kite very late with a big butt check. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a crash. 100%, because he's going down in the drink. Found himself a nice kicker, front roll, contra loop. As we now go back to Mattis. But Mattis would have just jumped. Believe yet another crash for Mattis. So it can now. Not wanting to jump, going right foot forwards. Here we go. Engaging. Kite looks a little bit high. Front roll. Loops the kite. Spins the board. That's better there. Sort of got a bit of a floaty loft there. As can. Oh, that's definitely not the replay we're looking for. Still a replay from Mattis here. Show that previous crash, which he unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of. But Shahar now, front roll. With those forward rotations and the board off and the loop of the kite. And the replay there from Can on that last one, as you can see here, flipping the board around. Nice front rotation on his way down. Managing to stick that landing so smoothly. And Shahar, very similar execution. Little grab of the nose. But Mattis now. Scores still to be dropping. You can see there not much on your scoreboard on the left-hand side. So Can now wanting maybe to get the board off. We're on trick attempt number 6. That kite loop front roll tic-tac from him previously with a 6.83, which is the highest scoring trick of the heat so far. But Shahar does have 3 tricks, counting the last one he did with that contra loop front roll board off, scoring a 5.58 as we follow Shahar now on your screen. As that's the angle that we want to see, the kite and the rider together as he goes up. Back roll, kite loop, board off with another back roll. So what is Shahar's lowest score? The kite loop, back roll, board off. Okay, so he's trying to improve on that one. And we now, last trick attempts of the heat. So Mattis, the last rider to jump. Here he is. So he goes up. Kite loop, back roll, board off. but has to ditch the board on the way down. Unfortunately for Mattis there, no improvement on his score. That will go down as a crash, so he will remain in third place but go through to round number 2. Red flag is next. Looking for Can. And here he is. Goes up. Kite loop. And nothing else, just has the board off as well. Thought maybe he wanted to initiate a rotation. As we see here. He kite loop, board off. Oh, and a board spin. A board flip, sorry. So last trick of the round now, Shahar looks very comfortable out in front there. He will remain in first place. Kamenek in second. And Matisse will stay in third. So Shahar now, he's on the dancing floor. He is in first place. Multiple front rotations there with the board off and the added contra loop. And that will be a little bit of icing on the cake there for Shahar, who will be advancing straight through to round number 3. Heat number 6 up next. And we have a local in town. It's going to be Baby Shark in heat number 6.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Okay, welcome back. Heat number 6, and here we go. Wrong graphics there. That was the previous heat, so we're just going to wait to see who is up next. So white Leica is Simon Brunn. That is the rider there on your screen, Simon Brunn, coming out of Germany. I just did actually pop myself outside, and it's not crazy windy. There's definitely wind there. I would say it's on average blowing a pretty steady 25 to 28 knots up in the gusts, but definitely not at that 30 knot range mark. That's for sure not there just yet. But here we have Hamza coming out of Egypt. First time competing on the tour for him. I know there's a big kite scene over there in Egypt. And he's over here with a few friends as well. Omar Ahmed is another rider. Sarah Sadek as well. And obviously Karim Mahmoud, all coming out of Egypt. So they'll be happy to be here. And obviously our last rider, Jose San Ferreira, also known as Baby Shark. His hometown is Jericho, and one of the top big air riders that we have in the scene. And you can see here Baby Shark making his way out into the water. 3.40 there for Hamza. So Baby Shark, for those that haven't heard that phrase before, that is his nickname. And he opens up with a huge Kung Fu pass here. Be great to see how he competes here and how he goes, because he knows this spot pretty much better than anyone else. As Baby Shark gets a great amount of height, passes the bar, and then adds in those rotations and spinny feel as he comes down with a smooth landing. Very nice there from the Brazilian. A lot of love for Hamza in the comments there. Simon Brun up next. Nice kicker here. Is he going to make use of it? No, he's not. Goes up. Front roll board off with the loop. So riders on about 9-meter kites, I would say, on average. As we see here, Simon putting on that front hand as well. Sorry, on that backhand. Now we're with Hamza. Here, riding that north orbit. Little kicker coming up. So Hamza goes up, front roll, board off with a loop, and a big crash afterwards as well. Legs above the head. And let's try and see where that one went wrong for him. As we focus the attention onto Jose San Ferreira. So up he goes. Kite loop, back roll, board off. Playing it smart here. Okay, so we now follow Hamza. Okay, so back to Baby Shark now with trick attempt number 3. He is currently your heat leader. You can see the 2 North riders there, one Hamza, one is Baby Shark. Trying to see if we can find out what that size is on that North Orbit Pro. But he's got to be careful here, because I do believe he's going to be flagged out. Which he is, yes. So he is crashed out now. Simon Brun now. Jumps up. Board off with the loop. And a couple of board spins as well. Also looping the kite during that maneuver as we watch closely now. Gets the board by the fin with the board spin and then the loop as well. So a trick landed there for Simon. He's got a kite loop front roll board off 4.17. He's got a contra loop back roll board off as well, which makes up a 4.43. And that contra loop front roll tic tac, which was a 4.50. So Hamza now looking to land his 3rd trick, because it's 7 trick attempts, 3 of which are counting. Does so. Very nice there from Hamza. He's got a kite loop back roll, 3.40. He's got a kite loop back roll with a board off, which is a 4.27. And then he's just had that one there, as we see the replay, which will be coming in scores very, very shortly. Simon actually in 1st place now after that last 4th trick that he landed. And it's now Baby Shark for his 4th trick. Kite loop front roll there, 4.97 for Hamza. Beautiful there from Jose there. Plenty of height. One of the higher jumps that we've seen in this heat so far. As we're going to watch the replay shortly. Here we go. So, finds it. Front roll. Loops the kite. Another front roll with the board off as well. And then an added rotation on the way down. Okay, so current heat leader, but I think that will change once Jose's score comes in. Front roll, board off with the loop of a contra. You can see there, moves his hand to the front of the bar, pulls that contra loop with the board off. Kite loop front roll there from Hamza, 4.97. Currently in 3rd place. Kite loop front roll board off from Baby Shark there, 6.65. But it's Hamza now. Currently in 3rd place. Nice kicker here. Goes up, front roll, grabs it by little tweaked grab there as well, which was quite nice. Let's see, yeah, initiates that front roll with that kite loop. So Hamza there coming in around sort of mid to the low 4s. Contra loop front roll board off from Simon at 4.63. But it's this guy on your screen now, Baby Shark, who is in 1st place with a 19.12. Highest score of the day so far, I believe, is Zach Adams in one of the earlier heats. He has scored an 8.50. Front roll, board off with the contra. And obviously the added rotations to mix in as well. So 6 trick attempts First place we have Jose, second place we have Simon, and third we have Hamza. They're on their 6th trick attempt. 7 tricks, it's 3 which count. All riders at the moment have 3 tricks counting towards their score, as Simon here goes and lands his 6th trick. His lowest score is a 4.43, which is a contra loop back roll board off. So he'll be looking to improve on that one. He is 5.57 points off first place. As you see here, nice grab as well on the way down from that one. Hamza in the orange lycra is the next rider to jump. Lowest score for him is the kite loop front roll, which was on his last maneuver, so he'll be looking to improve on that one. He's 5.66 points off first place. He is currently in third, but by very slim pickings. It's very close to seat. Decides against that wave, so he's going to need to line something up rather soon before he gets timed out by the judges. Part of the North team, Hamza. As he's now coming left foot forward. Interesting here in Brazil, being a predominant right foot forward spot with that wind coming from the other direction. Most of our riders actually prefer the left foot forward. But it's nice to have a spot on tour now which benefits those that prefer going right, and also means that the riders that are in the fleet, they have to adapt. They have to be able to do tricks both sides, going left and right. As we now move over to the local Brazilian, Jose Sanferreira. Highest score of the heat so far is at 7.40 he opened up with. And again, you can see here, kite loop. Takes the ball off by the fin as well with that back roll rotation, and then lands to blinds. Beautiful stuff there from Jose. Showing that technical side of the judging criteria, which is what they want to see. Goes big as well, loops the kite, grabs it by the fin, initiates that rotation, and then just at the last minute, goes to wrapped. And that was on his 6th trick attempt. So it's now going into the last trick attempt of this heat. So last trick attempt of this heat. And then we'll be moving over to heat number 7. There's 8 heats in this first round. Still the likes of Lorenzo Casati to come as well, and Beto Gomez. Those 2 riders also yet to be on the water. And then we're going to move over to the women. The woman is made up from 12 riders. So the men's ladder is a 24, the women's is a 12. Hamza now, last trick attempt for him. Gets a good kicker, front roll, board off with the loop as well. Pretty much dances on his way down, nearly loses it, but manages to stick the landing nice and smooth as he goes up here. You can see the replay. Front rotation, grabs that board, loops the kite. Did he pass the ball between his legs there? You might have done, and nearly loses it. 5.93 for a kite loop front roll board off from Simon. He is still in second place. Hamza now, nice score coming in for him as we now go to the last trick of the heat with Baby Shark, 20.85. Pretty sure he's going to remain in first place now. 5.97 for a kite loop front roll board off from Hamza. And Baby Shark there on your screen with the blue lycra. He's going to be the heat leader. Going through straight to round number 3. Hamza and Simon are going to have to battle it out in round number 2. As you saw the replay here, lovely little flip there from the feet up to the hands. And a couple of nice tweaky grabs on the way down. Showing that local knowledge here. As we now have the end of the heat. Up next we have Jinbor, Kimo Verkek and Alberto, also known as Beto Gomez. Okay, round number 1, heat number 7, Jean-Bourg, Kimo Verkek, and Alberto Gomez. Those are the next 3 to battle it out here in Jericho-Acquire. Round number 1, heat number 7. Following this heat, we'll have heat number 8, which will be the last heat from the men's division in round number 1, and then we do push over to the women. So if you've just joined us, I want to talk a little bit about the judging criteria. So what are the judges looking for? Well, there's 3 things really: the height and the amplitude. Height is made up from obviously the height itself, but also the travel distance and the hang time. Obviously, the windier it is, the bigger these guys can go, and the more distance they'll most likely be traveling. But then also the extremity. All right, that's the second point in the judging criteria, which basically makes up from the risk factor and the commitment shown while performing the maneuvers. So within this, we're looking at things like the kite angle, the yank that the rider is getting, the explosiveness, and the speed in and the speed out of the tricks. And then the third point that the judging criteria and our judges are really looking for is obviously that technical difficulty. So technical difficulty is rated from a scale of 0.1 to 10 points, depending on the complexity of the maneuvers. And within that, the sub-criteria is as follows. Obviously, inverted maneuvers are considered more challenging than a flat spin. The execution of the trick, so the degree of rotations or spins completed during each maneuver. And obviously we have double or triple rotations or loops or flips, board spins obviously. They can score higher than single rotations, but they have to be performed well. Board offs performed from the fin or the edge are obviously going to be rated higher than grabbing from the handle. We always like to see innovation. So any trick that we haven't seen before or landed in competition will be rewarded. And then we have the landings. We need to see a nice controlled landing and a nice controlled start of the trick as well, lining up those kickers. And then the smoothness of the maneuver must be demonstrated with fluid body control. All this technical difficulty must be done well, performed well, but it has to be provided that the extremity and the height are also met. Okay, so really, our judges explained in yesterday's skippers meeting that they want to see the riders go big. They want to see them commit. They like that wow factor, that risk. And then if they compare those with those technical features we just discussed, then we're going to start seeing the big scores. So there's a little bit on the judging criteria. We've got a 24 men ladder and a 12 dingle for the women. We also do have surfboard big air and hydrofoil big air taking place this week. Decision was made to start with twin tip today because it is the windier day on the forecast. Tomorrow now looks a little bit better as well than today, so we get these early rounds done and move into the latter stages of this comp tomorrow with surfboard scheduled for the end of the week and hydrofoil on day number 3. Obviously this can also be subject to change, but at the moment we continue on with the men twin tip and women twin tip on day number 1 here in Jericho-Acquire for the first event of the 2025 calendar year here for the GKA. So there's a few scores that have happened while we went through that judging criteria. Let's go and check them out. First to jump we have Jean-Bourg, then second is going to be Kimo, third has been Beto Gomez. Scores at the moment. Jean there with a 7.18, Kimo with a 10.16 and Beto with the 5.17, but you can see here the replay of that last move from him. Highest score of the heat so far is a kite loop back roll. Kite loop back roll board off from Kimo. Jean here, third trick attempt from the Dutchman. Beto there crashing his last trick. We watch the replay here. Front roll with that board off. Loop in the kite. And tucking it under nicely. So there we go. Kimo up next now, following the rider in the orange lycra. As he just jumps there, but maybe not getting the takeoff he wanted, so decided to abort. just looking at the rankings here for last year, Kimo Verkerk ranked 26 in last year's Big Air rankings. Beto Gomez in 20. And Jean is the first competition for Jean. And Beto here with that Rebel D-Lab as well. Replay showing here, gets up front roll rotation. Not a crazy amount of height, loops the kite, adds in that other rotation. But yeah, definitely struggling with the height there for Beto. Kite loop front roll board off for Jean, 4.77. We return to sequence, trick attempt number 4. 7 tricks, 3 of which get to go towards the overall score. Lovely view there from the sky. As we watch the replay here from Jean, so that front roll rotation loops the kite again. Pretty much the same trick that we saw Beto Gomez do on the last one. Added rotation, little grab there on the way down. We now move over to Kimo with that slingshot. So here we go, Kimo. Doesn't want to jump that way, so probably going to be doing his trick coming back in towards the beach. The issue that maybe the riders have here is that they can't use those kickers to their full advantage. However, he's coming here with speed, maybe getting on the back of a kicker here. Jumps, front roll, board off, kite loop. Nice bit of travel distance as well. Nice smooth landing there. Definitely ticking some boxes when it comes to the judging criteria. As you see here. Nice contra loop. Kite loop front roll board off there from Jean, a 5.20. Contra loop front roll board off there for Kimo Verkerk. Scores are dropping, but it's looking to be a little bit similar to Jean's one of a 5.20. Maybe just a little bit better. Yeah, 5.40. So he remains in first place. Beto Gomez there making a friend. Can't quite get past one of the locals. But here we go, the Colombian. Front roll. 2 front rolls, actually. So the same trick we've seen him do on the previous attempt, but definitely with more height and better travel distance. He's got 2 scores counting towards his trick. That'll be another one coming in. So he's got a kite loop front roll and a kite loop back roll. 10.77, only 2 tricks counting, whereas the other 2 riders have 3. 5th trick attempt now, so 3 trick attempts remaining for all of these riders. Jean at the moment on a 12.38 combined score. Here we go. You get that front roll rotation, contra loop. But you can see there, yeah, don't think he was quite happy with the takeoff and actually how much height he had. You can see him looking up at the kite there. Tide as well, pretty low. You can see the tide mark where it really comes up to where sort of that blue kite is on the right-hand side. So we've got plenty of time for the tide to come up. You can see waves are actually quite flat, to be honest. As Kimo there showing a nice handle pass. We saw that also done by the likes of Baby Shark in the last heat. Also Edgar Ulrich. I think if we use Baby Sharks as a reference, which was a 7.20, that wasn't as big as that. But you're definitely ticking another family, let's say, on the trick list. Contra loop front roll for Jean, 3.07. Kimo here could be looking at bumping himself up into first place with Beto going down to second. Let's just wait for that score to come down. Kimo on a 15.90. Beto Gomez now, trick attempt number 5. Tough to see from that angle with the drone. So let's hope that we can see a replay now. So here we go. Goes up. Loops the kite. Yeah, adds those rotations in. I'm pretty sure switches it up and mixes it up on the way down as well. Nice angle of the kite here. With a nice land to blind. So no change of scores and positions just yet. Trick attempt number 6. Front roll. No loop of the kite there for Jean though. So his lowest score is a 3.07 kite contra loop front roll. Yeah, it doesn't look like he initiated any sort of loop there. So he'll be signing that one off and putting it back in the closet. Chemo now, trick attempt number 6. Lowest score is a kite loop. Back roll board off. This is the trick he opened up with. So here we go. Chemo goes up. Back roll, board off with a kite loop. Just about manages to get the ball back underneath his feet. We watch the replay here. Nice and close up. So yeah, he gets the board off with those back rotations. Just about keeps him from going in and getting a butt check. Beto Gomez now, your current heat leader. Kite loop back roll 5.40 on that last trick that he did. Now looking for that blue lycra. Here we go. Beto Gomez now. Left foot forwards. We're seeing a lot of the riders, as I say, jump left foot forward. Back roll, double back roll, board off. I think it was a board flip as well, but a big, heavy landing straight onto the back. Nice big back slap there. Which was a shame because actually that trick there looking... I think that would have been one of the highest scoring ones that we've seen from Beto in this heat, if he was able to stick that landing. But it's now the last trick attempt for all of our riders. Jean is up next. Here we go. Jean Boer, can he land his last trick? Yes, he can. He's looking to advance on that contra loop front roll, which was a low score of a 3.07. So has he done it? You can see here, front rotation with the contra loop and the board off, with an added rotation down. So that 3.07 is definitely going to be scrubbed out and replaced with whatever the judges are putting down. I'm seeing scores around the high 6s, early 7s. So we could have a little bit of a shake-up here. Chemo now. Back roll. Kite loop. But doesn't look too happy and too stoked as we see him take off with the back rotation. Initiates the loop. And has a smooth landing, but again, not too happy. While Beto fighting hard to get these locals off of his off of his heels. So Beto here, last trick of the heat. Currently in first place. Will remain in first place as well because there's no advantage from Chemo's score there. Jean as well hasn't been able to bump up into second. So it's going to be Beto Gomez who advances through into first place after this last one. Front roll, board off with the contra loop. With what looks to be a nice smooth landing there. So Beto Gomez in first, Chemo in second, and Jean in third. Up next, we have the last heat of round number 1 with the men.
This is a dream come true.
And welcome back, everybody. And welcome back, everybody. Here we go. So we are in the last now heat of the men. Round number 1, heat number 8. Jose and Omar are going to be battling it out against Lorenzo Casati as well. Last 3 riders, and this heat is began. Jose was a local qualifier for the event. Omar now riding that slingshot kite. As we see kite loop board off by the fin as well. Decides to ditch the board. Not able to land that one, and there was a crash as well for Jose on the first one. But we have also none other than the Lorenzo Casati. Now this guy is in absolute fire at the moment. He is really the guy to beat, I would say, in this competition at the moment. He's had some great results this year. He's riding excellently. Also has been doing the surfboard, the kite surf tour as well. He was over in Silt, and this year in Silt we had upwards of 40, 50 knots. It was crazy competition. At the moment, not quite there with that wind in Brazil, but he is a very complete rider and will be looking to start his 2025 year off with a big fat W here in Brazil. So Lorenzo Casati, blue lycra. Just waiting for some scores to drop. But I have just heard out the corner of the booth the buzzer beating 3 times, which I believe that the AP flag is going to go up, which means that there is something's going down on the beach, and I'm going to go and find out why. Do not go anywhere. AP flag has gone up. This heat is on hold now as we remain and go on standby. Welcome back. Sorry about that. I just popped out the booth just to see what exactly was going on. So the riders, there was no change, but actually there was a wrong rider wearing the white lycra. So there were actually a couple of riders with the wrong lycras out there where they shouldn't have been, which was confusing for our judging panel. So we're going to restart that heat from the beginning, from the trick number 1, with the right riders in the right place at the right time. Fire some comments your way in the live stream on the YouTube link. Doing my best to keep this show on the roads. A few little hiccups early on, but we should be through those now. Also going to be trying to get someone to join me in the booth as well, whether that's a rider. But at the moment, obviously, all these twin tip riders are competing, but hopefully later on, as we go through a couple of rounds, we can start to get some of these riders join me in the booth and get their thoughts on the spot and how they're finding it here in the sunny, lovely Brazil. A little bit cloudy today, though, but I do believe that's probably why we're seeing this. I mean, it's windy out there. It is windy out there, but it's not like windy. And we can see that in some of the tricks that are being performed at the moment, with not going too crazy high, let's say. But I am confident that we're going to see Brazil deliver. I am confident that as this afternoon peels in, we're now 2:45 local time. We have at least 3 more hours, or sorry, 2.5 hours of competition left to go today. Last few days when we've been here, the wind has come in the afternoon. It's sort of known for that as well. It does filter through later on in the afternoon. So please, at home, keep those fingers crossed for us here in Brazil, because hopefully we can really start to put on the show. But nonetheless, sometimes it's about, crowning the most complete rider. And I know that everybody loves to see big air completed in, 35, 40 knots. But sometimes we have to adapt. And at the moment, that's what these riders are doing. They're just adapting in the slightly lighter conditions as we go through these early rounds. So, let's have a look at some of the scores coming in. Jose, Omar, and Lorenzo. Kite loop front roll tic-tac from Lorenzo. An 8.10 coming in very, very shortly, I believe, or sort of around the low 8s is what we're looking at for that last move for Lorenzo. Jose now is going to be the next rider up. He's a local here, and we always refer to that local knowledge and how much of an advantage that can have. We saw from Baby Shark putting on one of the better performances we've seen in round 1. He is a local here and adapted very well to these sort of lighter wind conditions. It's about a solid, sort of steady 25 knots, I would say, out there, just being outside now. Riders mostly riding a 9-meter kite. 7.93 kite loop front roll tic-tac there from Lorenzo Casati. Crowd starting to form nicely as well as we go into this afternoon. And we now follow Jose. So, keeping the eyes on the prize. A little bit of a kicker coming his way. The side, no, I don't want to do that one. So turning around. Got to be careful, these riders. If they want to commit to a wave, they need to go for it, because our judges are sticking quite tight on the old deadline, on the old stopwatch. 7 tricks, 3 counting. Goes up, front roll, board off with a contra loop. Added rotation on the way down and a slap on the way into the water. Crash there for Jose. That's his second crash out of the 2 tricks he has done. Omar now is the next rider to jump. And here he is on the beach, riding for Elevate. Red flag's just gone up now. You can see there, just talking to Jose a little bit. Not going to do any tricks there, mate. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So, engages, dives that kite, getting past this little sort of shore break, let's say. Finds a kicker. I think he wanted that one, but then the last minute decided, nope. Interesting to see what the judges will put there, if they're going to count that as a sort of a straight jump, or if they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I think they're going to count that last jump there. Yes, they are. So Focus now on to Lorenzo Casati. So Lorenzo now, looking at the wave, engaging. Riding the New Harlem Club, it looks like good kicker, back rotation, but again, double back roll, triple back roll. But the kicker was there, but the takeoff was not. Didn't get the clean takeoff he was hoping for. You can see just, yeah, big spray there on that kicker. Just as a triple back roll rotation. I mean, it's going to score, but it's going to score low. But after that opening score of 8.27, I think Lorenzo can be pretty happy with where he's sitting right now. So we go again, trick attempt number 3. Jose skipping over these early waves. Coming in left foot forward now. Kite loop, board off. Couple nice grabs as well throughout that maneuver. As we watch him here, skips over that wave. Jumps off the back of the previous one, loops the kite, takes the board off, also sort of spins the board as well. And a little grab of the nose on the way down. Just missing that trick there from Omar. We'll have a replay following. It's one after the other, trick by trick here in Brazil. Omar, nice board off with the rotation as well. With a controlled landing. Riding out of that one. Lorenzo Casati now. So we'll try and pick his brains as well, because that's a Harlem kite there. I think Omar coming out of the corner of our screen there, doing a jump, but it wasn't his turn. Last one he did was a kite loop back roll. But now the attention now focuses onto Lorenzo here. Back roll, kite loop, board off with multiple back roll rotations. And that's going to be a crash there for Casati. 9.40 total score for him. Blue flag goes down. White flag goes up. We now return to sequence. Missing the start of that trick from Jose. Lands it nicely as well. Sort of skipping along in the shallows. Waiting for a hopeful replay. But it will be Omar to jump next. And here he is, Omar, locked and loaded. Front rotation. Loops the kite, looking like he wanted to take the board off there, but didn't maybe quite have the height in order to sort of complete that maneuver. We see the replay here from Jose. Front roll, board off with a contra loop. And then the Omar front roll. Or looking like maybe he wanted to get a board off by the fin. So just a contra loop front roll there for Omar. Fourth trick attempt now for Lorenzo. Goes up, kite loop, board off with the back roll and the added rotation on the way down. So Casati there just ticking the families as we see here, showing that competition experience. Kite loop, back roll, board off by the handle with the added rotation on the way down as well. And we return back again into sequence with the local Brazilian. We can see here Pippa Van Ursel. She'll be taking into the water very, very shortly. Because we're going to be up with the women round 1 after this last heat number 8 of the men in round number 1. So we're seeing a pink flag up as well as the blue flag. So obviously we know that the blue flag is for Lorenzo Casati. Now I'm going to explain also why that pink flag is up. Basically they are waiting for the score. So the judges are reviewing the scores. If we see the pink flag up with the lycra colour flag, which is what's happening now, they're waiting for the scores, judges are reviewing. There's also a situation where you might not see the pink flag, but you might see the black flag. If we see the black flag, there is a reset in the time for that turn because of an incident that has happened. And you can see here we're focused on Lorenzo Casati up nice and close. So just waiting for scores. It was a kite loop back roll tic-tac there for Lorenzo Casati. And it looks like now we're going to be getting back underway shortly. And we are. Nice local rider here. Lovely trick there. I heard the clapping from the side of the stream booth. Omar there on your screen. Lorenzo just to the left-hand side. Omar in second place. Lorenzo in first. You can see here 18.17 now for the Spaniards. Red flag goes up. So Omar starting to get engaged. Locks and loaded. Ready to go. Dives the kite. Here we go. First time in competition here for Omar. And what are we going to see from him? Skips over one wave. Decides he doesn't want to go just yet. So coming in left foot forward now. Will he jump left foot forward or will he turn around and go back out to the right? Got to be careful here because he's getting a little bit shallow, but he's going to go for it. He's going to engage. But again, looks like he wanted to again grab the board off by the fin and go for that contra loop. We saw it on the last trick. It was a 2.60 contra loop front roll, but he wants that board off by the fin. Tried it again, unsuccessful there. He's going to have to go again on trick attempt number 6. Jose there, 3.50 with a contra loop front roll board off. That's bumped him up. Oh, sorry, no, he's now in third place, but he has a score on the board. Lorenzo Casati is currently in the driving seat in gear 6, full throttle, 18.17. Back roll, nice kite angle there as well. That's one of the factors the judges will be looking at. Let's have a look at that replay. Fortunately, can't see the kite in this one, but the back roll, kite loop. Again, maybe if he got the height, looking to initiate that board off by the fin. Trick attempts number 6. 7 trick attempts, 3 count. We're now on the 6th trick attempt. Big butt check there for Jose. That's probably going to go down as a crash. Not the cleanest of takeoff there. You see a lot of spray as he goes for those forward rotations with the contra loop. And just, you can see here, using all that core strength to try and keep that bum out of the water. But it was far from it. That will be a crash for Jose. Omar up next. Omar, nice. Clean landing there from him. Needed it because he's got a couple of low scores that he wants to try and improve. That's going to do so. Lowest with just a straight jump, which he opened up with. So definitely wanting to get rid of that. And there's a contra loop scoring and there's a kite loop scoring. And you can see here, kite loop, board off, back roll. With the added rotation on the way down. And we watch the replay with that kite as well. But it's Lorenzo Casati going next. Kite loop back roll board off 4.77 there for Omar. Looks like Lorenzo might have just come out of a trick. So let's try and catch that one on the replay as we see it here. Takes off back roll, board off with the kite loop. Yeah, multiple back rotations. So similar to what he wanted to do actually on that last move. He did a kite loop back roll previously. But that time with the board off, that's going to score a little bit higher. Last trick attempt now for these riders in heat number 1. Round number 1, heat number 8. We've been underway since about 20 past 12. Local time now is just coming up to 3 o'clock, and we're going to be underway with the women. Jose now front roll, board off, contra loop. Does he manage to stick it? Yes, he does. Nicely done. Surfed it out on the wave there. Nicely done there from the local. Last trick attempt. Will that push him up into second place? Omar with the kite loop back roll board off has made himself go to a 9.37. You can see there, Jose only has 1 score correlating to his actual combined score. So that last one's gonna help for sure. And it's gonna just about be shy, I think, of catching up Omar in second. But third and second place have to battle it out in round number 2 anyway. Omar's completely tricked out. He has no chance of getting into first place. Lorenzo Casati with a 7.70 kite loop back roll board off. 24.74 combined score for him. That's the highest combined score we've seen so far today. And it's saved, let's say, it right to the bitter end as we see Omar there go for his last trick of the heat. Imbar there up in the water next, but Omar here, replay, front roll. Again, looking to grab that by the fin. He's tried that 3 times already this heat. And Lorenzo Casati just had a bit of a freeze on my screen there, but looking like he stomped that one there. Replay shows back roll, contra loop with some added rotations. And he's going to be scoring high once again. But it's going to not change anything. Lorenzo Casati is going to be advancing straight to round 3. Omar and Jose battling it out in round number 2. Omar finishing in second, Jose in third. Up next, we have the women's round number 1.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
So it's time to get underway with the women's big air twin tip division. Round number 1, heat number 1. Inbar Lerner from Israel, Sarah Sadek from Egypt, and Pippa van Ursel from the Netherlands. So here we go. Inbar here in the white lycra. Great opportunity for her now with kicking things off with a kite loop. Just catching a little bit of a wave there on the way down. Looked like she had that one landed, but as you see, we see the loop, landing, and then just getting caught up in that wave ahead of her. So Sarah Sadek now in the orange lycra. Has a previous 2024 ranking of number 7. And here she is again. Oh, didn't get a very good takeoff at all there. So a crash from Inbar. Would it be a crash from Sarah as well? I think that will just go down as a straight jump, but not a very high one. Pippa up next. Pippa had a great start to the year in 2024. She won Lords of Tram. Unfortunately for her, didn't have the result she wanted in Gran Canaria. And we'll be looking to bounce back here in Brazil and kick things off how she started the 2024 year. She's just coming into your frame now. So Pippa here we go. Right foot forward, her preferred side as well. Kite loop late back. And a beautiful landing there, sort of right into that wave. Great start from Pippa. Prefers going right foot forward, I believe. So this spot here, she'll be stoked to have. Inbar now. Some big heats coming, actually, if I'm looking at this ladder for round number 1. I mean, up next, I can see a few comments coming in about heat number 2, and rightly so. We have Mikaeli Sol, Francesca Maini, and Savannah Zoe Peters all in one heat. I mean, it's going to be a great heat here, as we see Inbar there with the late back. Oh, no, sorry, that's Pippa. The replay of that last one, very smooth. As we watch the replay once again. Scoring a 7. Inbar now. Coming in left foot forward. Had the straight kite loop last time. Just going for the straight jump this time as well. Landing it, it's going to score, but it's going to score very low. So we're live here, first day here in Jericoacoara in Brazil. If you haven't been before, highly recommend it. Brazil is an amazing place to come this time of year. You've got everything from the lighter winds down in those sort of the lagoons of Cauipe and Taiba. The further up you travel, you do tend to get those stronger winds. Hopefully, as I mentioned, we're going to see it pick up a little bit more. I know everyone at home is watching thinking, we want it to be more windy. And yes, we are praying to the wind gods that they throw us a bone as well. But nonetheless, we're seeing some good action. We see some big scores from Lorenzo. I mean, just there we see, what is doable in these lighter big air winds, let's say. Is Sarah here going for a back roll with a kite loop and landing that one nicely as well. But amazing maneuvers are doable in these lighter conditions. And Pippa here, right foot forward, skipping over the waves, hunting and looking for her next takeoff. Back roll, contra loop. As we watch it close up here, back roll, pulls on the front hand, initiates the contra. Looking like maybe she wanted to get a little grab at the end there, but nonetheless has another scored trick. A nicely opened up with the 7. So Inbar now up next. Let me know your thoughts on the women's division. Who you think is going to win here in Brazil? Who's going to take the title Zara Hugenrad is here competing as well. She is the current GKA Big Air World Champion, taking that title in Brazil. But chasing her will obviously be the likes of Pippa in this heat. I mean, everyone is there chasing and hungry for that world title. Zara's got to try and defend it. And as you all know, this is the first event of the 2025 year. Inbar there, kite loop. Just a straight jump there, kite loop. Getting some scores on the board. Contra loop back roll there, 4.67 for Pippa. Sarah there had the bang on the 5 for that kite loop back roll. We know that kite loop board off score high as well. Will we see any of those? So front roll. Ooh, just about keeping it together there after the loop there, Sarah. Not the smoothest of landings as you see. Nearly going over the front. So here we go. Very similar there for Pippa from the last one. We saw that contra loop, but that looked like a front roll, not the back roll. So boogie contra. So Inbar now, 4th trick attempt. Still waiting, probably going to get timed out here, Inbar. Which would be a shame. She had a kite loop 3.60, currently in that 3rd position. We'll be chasing Zara though. Pippa there with another scoring trick now, so has 3 out of 3. Yeah, and attention now goes over to Zara because Inbar there timed out because she wasn't jumping while her flag was up. Jumped. Kite loop. Little grab as well. And that'll go down as a crash. Yeah, didn't get any height there, unfortunately for Sarah, so that'll be a crash there. Has got 3 tricks counting towards that 9.97 there. Obviously you can see on your screens there's a 0.20 there. So pretty much, I mean, that's the one that she needs to get out of the way, and a nice kite loop would do so. Pippa up next now, right foot forwards. We've seen the contra loop front roll. We've seen the contra loop back roll. We've also seen the kite loop back roll. Be interesting to see what she does here. She's done 3 tricks. She's landing all 3, so she's feeling good. She's in the zone, let's say. Maybe wants to try something going left foot forward, but no, you can see her looking over her right shoulder there. So we'll do the old switcheroo. And she's got to go now. She's got to go quick. You can see the white flag there. Come on, let's zoom in on Pippa. She goes up. Oh, no. Unfortunately, we've just missed it on the angle there. I do apologise for that. But actually, Pippa there getting, I believe, crashed out. Bit tight for time, let's say. So anyway, focus now, 5th trick attempt on Inbar. Coming out of Israel, like Shahar. Nice there from Imbar. Is she going to stick it? Yes, she is. That's more like it from her. She has the straight jump of a 1.83, the kite loop of a 3.60. Waiting for scores to drop for that one as we watch the replay. So, Pippa now. Kite loop score coming down for Sarah. So that straight jump will be eliminated. Pippa, front rotation. Oh, it's looking a little bit all over the place. Big crash there from Pippa. Plenty of distance covered, but the height enforcing quite a heavy crash there. Played it sensible though, kicking the board off the feet. I think what's really important as well is these riders are great at riding, but also they need to learn how to crash. You know, being able to learn how to crash is crucial. And we saw there from Pippa, sensible, kicking off the board because she knew she was in trouble. So it's equally as important, you know, being able to train to be able to crash, let's say. Imbar there going for a straight jump. The judges are going to count that one there. There he is, the local Baby Shark, winning his heat. We'll be happy to make it through to round number 3 straight away. The guy loves it. Local town for Baby Shark. Crash there for Sarah. Imbar's jump there is going to be coming in as a score, but it's not going to overtake the one she has of a 1.83 because it's the same trick. Same 2 tricks won't count. One has to eliminate the other. Crash there for Sarah. Pippa now is on your screen. 6 trick attempts. 7 is the total that we do. So after this trick, we're going to see the ladies here do 1 more trick each before we go into heat number 2 of round number 1. Pippa lining up. Better takeoff for Pippa. Initiates the rotation with a rotation after the loop. And just about ice skating her way over the water there. Nearly loses it. You can see here, loops that kite, initiates that next back rotation. And just about keeping it together, spraying it out. So last round of tricks here. Imbar kicking things off. So here we go, Imbar. Got to act fast. Here she goes. Goes up. Again, just a straight jump. So unfortunately, Imbar will not improve that 5.343. So she's going to remain in 3rd place going through to round number 2. Sarah needs a 3.37 improvement on her score to go and take Pippa's first spot. But Pippa here has a lovely score dropping. Sarah here watching the replay on that last one as she engages, goes up, kite loop with the late back. And does land that one. So Pippa here, just talking to her caddy on the beach. I believe that might be Matisse. Also competing into round number 2 of the men. So Pippa here will know most likely she might have done enough. Yep, she will know now. But she is on the water, so Sarah will remain in second place. Pippa is going to be in first. Will she take it easy or will she risk it for the biscuit? Yeah, just a nice front roll there. As she knows she's in first place. So sensible stuff there. Sensible riding from Pippa. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't go anywhere because grab yourself a cold one, as we like to say. It's not 5 o'clock yet, but it might be 5 o'clock where you are. 3:20 here in the afternoon at Jericoacoara. And up next we have Michaeli Sol, another local in Brazil, against Francesca Maini and Savannah Zoe Peters. Big heat in heat number 2, round number 1 of the women.
This is a dream come true.
Okay, everyone. So, big one coming up. Michaeli Sol, Savannah Zoe Peters, and Francesca Maini. That heat has just started. So, let's get out there to the action. Michaeli Sol was the first rider to jump. As we see the replay here, she goes big here with that double front roll loop. Landing in a bit of a sort of a wave there, but manages to stick the landing. Kite loop front roll there. And it's Savannah up next. 7.17 for Mika. So starting with a nice bang. Who's taking it here, ladies and gentlemen? What do we reckon? We can see here Mika just looks like a smile on her face, enjoying it out there. Svenna just waiting for a score to drop. Had a great opening heat with the women there with Inbar, Sarah and Pippa, all riders putting on a great show. And it was Pippa who went through in first place. But Inbar and Sarah will have another chance to battle it out in round number 2. Inbar actually just joining last minute into the competition. Unfortunately for Natalie Lambrecht, she had to pull out, and Inbar was there ready and waiting and straight in. There's plenty of riders who are really, really keen to actually join this event here in Brazil. So lots of new faces here on the tour, and it's great to see. Mika there opening up really nicely. Straight jump for Svenna, 0.47. Francesca Miley now scores also dropping. So we're just going to keep the attention right now on to Mika. As you can see there, Mika now is diving that kite. Keep your eyes on the white lycra. Here we go. Trick attempt number 2. Mikaeli Sol. Back in competition now. She had 2024 as a break, but this is 2025. Kite loop late back. And landing it nicely. Okay, so we saw a nice kite loop late back also from Pippa. So let's reference those two. I do think maybe Pippa's was slightly higher. But Mika here, you can see, really whipping around. Very, very strong freestyle background, Mika. She is a multiple world champion, not just in freestyle, but she also is a big air world champion as well. Won it in 2023 when Andrea Principi won the men's division. So Svenna now up next. Just skipping and hopping along in this whitewash. Kite loop late back as well. We saw that from Mika. So, oh, unfortunately there going down as a crash. Mika's as well, as I can see, is going down as a crash. So clearly something there. Maybe she was outside the competition zone. Tide is now starting to come in a little bit. So hopefully we're now going to start to see bigger, cleaner waves. Sophia Monti there, the caddy for Mika. Francesca up next. Riding the north gear, Francesca. Haven't yet seen her jump. Just waiting to see exactly where she is. Here she is. Just about saw it there for Francesca. So once the replay comes, we'll be able to talk that one through. Struggling to actually find Francesca, our cameraman then. But there we go. As you can see, a little bit messy, but we've got her now. So let's see what score comes in there for her. But we're now returned to sequence with Mika. 7.17 in first place. You can see your comments coming in about the wind speed. Yeah, we are probably, I would say, around the 25 mark. I mean, when gusts come through, we do breach that a little bit, but I would say on average, sort of around that 25, 26, 27 mark. But obviously here in Brazil, 25 to 30 knots is very different from being in Europe. We'll say, let's say Tarifa, 25 knots to 30 knots. You know, in Tarifa is very different to here. So it's a lot denser in Europe. But hey, we're in Brazil, we're in board shorts. Land of the coconuts and acai, as Zach Adams would say. And we're kicking off the 2025 year in Jericoacoara. Mika Sol back in competition now. And has started off nice with that 7.17. Third trick attempt as she goes. Kite loop late back. Pretty much identical to the one we saw her previously do. So let's wait and see for the scores to come in for that one. I reckon we could be looking around the mid to low sixes there. So Svenna now waiting patiently on the water's edge as the flag is raised, and she is go, go, go. So needing to get a score on the board here. Still early days, but you never want to leave yourself short. Has a 0.47 for that straight jump. So here we go. Got to be quick now, though. Mika's Soul now dropping 6.17 for a kite loop back roll, so it was around the low sixes. Got to be fast now. Goes kite loop, also with the late back. Does land it, however, I think that was timed out. So, finally we now have our eyes on Francesca. Hasn't landed a trick yet. Riding that north orbit. The Alula material. Ultra, I believe it is. Good kite angle there on the loop. And sticking it nicely. Really pulled the loop early there. As soon as she was taking off from the water, bang, she was initiating that loop. As we watch here, I believe front roll, loop. And plenty of sort of good amount of yank there. Judges will like that. They'll like the sort of the commitment and the pull that she gained. Mika, trick attempt number 4. Takes a big crash there from Mika. So what's that one in the replay and see where it went wrong? I mean, that wave was sort of breaking. She took the board off. Does she manage to get it? Struggling a little bit to get it back under her feet. And a big crash, one of the biggest crashes we've seen so far today. But the first time so far today that we've seen one of these female riders go for the board off maneuver. We love the commitment. Svenna back roll, double back roll, but I don't believe there was a loop there. But we're ticking families there. So that will be a scored trick. And Francesca will be up next. You can see, yeah, back roll. Oh, there was a loop, I do believe. Yes, there was indeed. And Francesca now still waiting for obviously a score to drop on the previous move. But here she goes, 4th trick attempt. We have 7, 3 count. Back roll kite loop. We watch that one again. Back roll initiates the loop pretty early. And up next we see Mika Soul. See what she's got on her 5th trick attempt after what was a very heavy crash. So let's have a little look at the scores, hopefully coming in for Francesca. Yeah, kite loop back roll, 4.83 there coming in for Francesca. Here we have Svenna. 5th trick attempt for her. Trick score coming in for Mika. Svenna here, probably going to be running out of time very, very shortly, I think. Got to go now. Goes for it. But again, that's going to be a crash. So her score of a 5.14 just made up from 2 tricks. As you can see on your screens as well as mine. Francesca Miney is in third place at the moment. I mean, 0.02 of a point behind second place, which she can definitely do. Would also want to try and put some pressure on Mika, who's currently out in first. Score also dropping, so Mika's 13.34 is going to increase. She's a contra loop front roll coming in. But here we go, Francesca Miney, the Brit, jumps up, back roll kite loop with another back roll rotation and rides out of that one. So there we go, we're going to see another score come in for her. A little bit of pressure now over to Mika. Francesca's going to be one of those riders who wants to push, who wants to go far in this competition. You can see and it initiates the second rotation. Nicely done there from her. If you haven't already heard the news, men's round 3 has been released for the day. So the plan of action will be to complete round number 2 for the men as well. Lovely kite loop back roll board off. And it's absolutely stomped there from Mika. Great move there. First time we've seen that one from her today. She did try it on the last crash that she had. You can see here, kite loop back roll with the board off. However, I have just heard 3 buzzers beat. Means AP's gone up. You can see the frustration now on Mika. I'm not sure why. Just going to go quickly on standby while we hear and find out what we have going on right now. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a few moments' time.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
And welcome back, everybody. We do apologise while the AP flag was up there. With the tide change, the competition area had to be moved. And basically what was happening in that heat was these ladies on your screen were getting put a crash because they were jumping outside the competition area. But now with the tide, we can move that area and they can stop having their crashes count and actually get some scores on the board. So now we are live. Yellow flag is up. And very, very shortly we will be underway with the remaining part of this heat. I was told that the riders will have some of their tricks counting from the previous time on the water, but they will all go from trick attempt number 4. They will have 4 trick attempts left. Okay, so we are back in business now as we watch the replay here from Francesca Maini for that boogie loop there. So I have been outside for quite some time now, and I have to admit there is definitely wind. There's a nice amount of strong wind out there. And I do have to admit that the riders are actually going a little bit higher than it does seem on the live stream. Michaeli Sol there, nice contra loop with a few added rotations. As we are underway here, you can see big takeoff there. Contra loop, maybe one in the board off there as well, but just having the front rolls. So Svenja now. See Mika there in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, but it's now Svenja Zoe Peters. All riders getting an additional 4 trick attempts. So hopefully now with this tide coming up, I was actually just speaking to Baby Shark, who hopefully some of you know as the local rider here in the men's twin tip division. Crashed there for Svenna. But just asking him a few questions about the wind and what we can expect to happen as this tide moves. And this morning he was mentioning, you know, it was obviously very cloudy this morning, which did affect the wind coming in a little bit later, but also the direction of the wind was more onshore than it was predicted. It needs to come from the side a little bit more, which he was explaining, which is the direction we're seeing now, and hopefully also mentioning the tides rise will also help the wind just increase a little bit more, because we still have men's round 2 is the plan to carry on with. So very optimistic down at the beach that there's going to be more wind to follow. Local time is 4:10. So we probably got about an hour and I would say 20 minutes, maybe an hour and a half if we push, of competition left today. Still need to finish the round number 1 of the women, and then we will begin looking into round number 2. Whether that's starting with the women or whether it's going back over to the men is a different story, and a question that's not answered yet, but I'll try and find that and let you all know tuning in from home. So looking at the scores now, we can see here Contraloop front roll for Mika 6.67. Contraloop front roll as well from Francesca Maini on her last trick attempt. It was a 5.33 as you can see, but she still does have 1/3 score coming. You can see there Francesca on your right. 7.3. So she's on, yeah, well, I know the Orbit Ultra has a sort of the odd sizing, but it's, let's say, a 7-meter kite for Francesca. I did see Shahar load up the Core 10. So there's definitely different riders riding all sorts of sizes out there, whatever feels comfortable for them. As we wait for Francesca, but we see the red flag is up. So that means Svenna is being crashed out. So blue flag, there we go. Now we keep our attention onto Francesca. Here she is, Francesca now. 7 trick attempt now, but there's going to be a couple more after. She loads up, getting a bit of pop. Boogie loop. Coming in with speed, landing it nicely. So we saw a boogie as well from Mika. 7.17 to open things up. Mikaeli Sol now. 7.7 coming around. It's looking for Francesca. High 7s. Mika now looking at a nice kicker. Goes. Front roll board off. Contra loop. Gets the board back on the feet and absolutely stomps the landing with great speed. Great execution there. Commitment was there. Just showing her a little bit of freestyle background as she comes in to the shallows. But a great move here from Mika. Front row with the board off, looping the kite with the front hands. And just firing away at the bottom there. That's going to be a big score. Francesca's score for a kite loop front roll coming in as well. This one is going to be one of the biggest scores we've seen so far today. Mika already has an 8.27 on the board. Francesca Maini now has that 7.83. But it's Mikaeli Sol in the lead. Just watch that 22.1 bump up a few notches. That 6.67 maybe is going to be doing the old left-right goodnight and get out of here. So here we go. Svenna now in 3rd place. A few low scores there, but she can definitely, she has the time now. She has the tricks to up the ante a little bit, and you can see 8.53 there for the contraloop front roll from Mika. So this heat delivering. Couldn't get the takeoff there, unfortunately. Just catching an edge, and the board did not go up with her. So we're live here in Jericoacoara, Brazil. You can see there the beach is nice and packed. Plenty of kiters down at the beach. But yeah, as you can see, very cloudy down here. As we have a little vibe there. That's Mika's family there on the right-hand side. Everyone tuning in to this first event of the year for the 2025 GKA Kite World Tour. So Francesca, second place. What has she got for us? Just a straight jump there from Francesca. Didn't want to commit to anything else. So white flag goes up. We go back over to Mikaeli Sol, who is coming in. Not sure what she's doing there. Try and find out some news. But it's a 23.97 combined score for Mika. White flag is up, but it's gone down. Mika's obviously come in for maybe an equipment issue that she's faced. Anyway, it's gone down as a crash. So Svenna now up next. As we continue to follow on this 9th trick attempt, because obviously our riders had a few more attempts. So here we go. Needs to be quick though, otherwise she will get clocked out. Just a double front roll there. So here we go, Francesca. As you can see there, wanting to maybe loop the kite. But Francesca now going for the next trick attempt. Has a chance here if Mika's not on the water. She does need to improve on this contra loop front roll. Definitely doable. But it needs to be big. It needs to be a big score in order for her to push ahead. But yeah, just the one footer there for Francesca. Just struggled with that takeoff, I think. Goes again, just for a straight jump. So there we go. That is the end of the heat. A little bit confusing there towards the end, but it's going to be Mikaeli Sol who goes through. Francesca in second place and Svenna in third. Next up, we have heat number 3 of the women.
guess if the dream comes true.
And here we go, round number 1, heat number 3 for the woman big air twin tip. Aya Kasabova, Jasmine Chu, and Lana Herman. Those are going to be the next riders that are up in this further round. As we are watching just a replay here of the first trick. Believe there is Aya. Big butt check there for her. So let's get these scores refreshed and get this show on the road. So crash there for Aya. Up next, Jasmine there in the orange lycra. So you can see here, riding for core. I believe that might be the... Is that the pace that she's riding as well? I think so. Not sure on the size. Ooh, looking like she wanted to take off there, but not getting it all synced up. Has a... Oh, might get crashed out here. It's taking a little bit of time. But you can see here, there she is on your screen, Jasmine coming into action. Again, oh, just losing a little bit of speed. And she has turned around, so most likely, yep, she has been crashed out now. So we now stick with Lana Herman. Lana here rides for Harlem. Goes up. And just a straight kite loop there for Lana. A little bit of a heavy landing due to a lack of height a little bit there. As you can see here, didn't quite get the height she wanted. Loop the kite and just, yeah, a bit heavy on the old knees there. But we go back over to Aya now. So Aya actually part of the Duotone Youngblood team. First competition for Aya, has competed in the youth. She just goes for a straight kite loop as well. A lot of power and speed coming in here and sort of lands on the top of a bit of a wave, but manages to ride away from that one. And has, like I said, competed within the Youth World Tour and had some very good results there. So first event for Aya here, let's say on the senior tour, let's say, for her. Lana with a 3.07 for her kite loop. Aya's also coming in. What looks to be sort of maybe just under the threes. And Jasmine here, nice takeoff, kite loop. And just dialing down a nice early loop. Get some scores on the board. Probably the biggest kite that we saw out of the three. So use Lana's as a reference at 3.07. I do believe that should score a little bit higher. And there we can see Lana on that Harlem. Blue flag is up now, so Lana is next to jump. 7 trick attempts, 3 counts. And we've just started here with round number 1, heat number 3 of the women. We already have results for round number 1 of the men. And a lovely second trick there from Lana Herman with the board off, kite loop, board off. Didn't really fully extend that body, but nonetheless, in the slightly lighter conditions we're having today, very impressive there to get that kite loop board off. But remember about that judging criteria. The judges are looking for that wow factor. They want to see the technical moves, but also produce with height and sort of that explosivity. As Aya there going, oh, big crash there for her. Nearly rode away from that one. But that'll be her second crash out of 3 tricks. So will remain on that 2.72. Jasmine now up next. You can see here lining up a takeoff point. Back roll, kite loop. And comes out of that one, but nope, that's a crash as she wasn't able to ride out of it successfully. You can see here just catching an edge in the break of that wave ahead of her. Lana now, 8.94 combined score. She had that 5.87 for the kite loop board off. And she goes again with a boogie loop. Nearly, you thought maybe nearly there, getting caught up in that wave ahead, but good takeoff. Initiates the loop. And has a nice landing, but you can definitely see riders favouring their left foot forward side. So Aya now currently in that third position, but it's early days. Aya now finding a takeoff. Kite loop late back. Nearly has it. Just needs a little bit more height in order to swing under that kite. You can see here just catching a little bit. Not getting the cleanest of takeoffs. She's got it in the locker though. So here we go. Jasmine now is the next rider. Fourth trick attempt for her. Kite loop. Sorry, back roll kite loop. Followed unfortunately by the crash. So again, Jasmine will remain on that 3.97. Lana has 3 tricks and 3 scores counting as she goes into her 4th trick attempt. Lana once again landing. If we watch the replay here. It just didn't like it. Maybe the drone got in the way there. But here we go, Aya. But are we going to see kite loop late back? She's tried it a couple times already. Going for, oh, could be a nasty landing, but somehow manages to free fall from the sky and keep it together. A little bit uncontrolled. But we see here, yeah, boogie loop. Kite was a bit late to come round and catch her, which is why she sort of had a little bit of uncontrolled feeling. As you can see there, but just about sticks it. So here we go, Jasmine. Looking to land this one, has a couple of crashes before, but that's a lot smoother there for her. If you watch the replay, she goes up, puts in that forward rotation, loops the kite, has the right amount of height for her to come and swing underneath and successfully ride out of that trick. Passes the baton back over to Lana. Lowest score for Lana is a kite loop, so we're just going to see her improve that kite loop. She goes up. She goes for the front roll rotation as well, but loses the board and straight into the wave. Aya now bumped up to 2nd place after that. Oh, it was a contra loop front roll. 4.97. So Aya now is the next rider to jump. So here we go. White flag has just been raised. Aya now on your screen. One of the younger riders we have in the women's division. First time competing, as I mentioned before. Back roll, kite loop. Nicely done there from Aya. And rides out of it nicely. Don't let that kite crash. So unfortunately that was going to mean she's going to be down as a crash. Jasmine here going for, yep, the boogie. Coming in sort of towards the shallows there as well, as you see. Pulls with the front hand as well. So that is a contra loop there. Probably going to be enough to bump her from... Oh no, she'll probably remain in second place after that, as Lana does have those 3 tricks dialed down. Has crashed the last trick that she did. We see here, nice height, kite loop late back. Followed by a butt check. Saw the kite loop back roll for Lana of a 5.87. That was her second trick that she did, but that one will be a crash. Last tricks now for the heat in these women. Who's going to be making it through to round number 3 automatically? At the moment it's going to be Lana. Jasmine still has a chance though. She's putting some nice scores together in the latter stages of this heat. Aya now, last trick attempt. Can still do something here. Can still put some damage down, but needs a big score. A little bit of uncontrol there, and it's a big, heavy crash there for Aya. Very heavy crash there for the youngster. As you can see here, goes to that front roll rotation. And just eats it on the way down. So Aya will remain in 3rd place. It's all down to this trick here from Jasmine. If she wants to, she's going to be advancing through to round number 3 and save herself a round in 2, or if she can put some pressure on Lana and bump up into 1st. So here we go, Jasmine Chu. Starting to engage, you can see, getting the speed. Here we go, kite starting to go towards 12 o'clock. Initiates it, back roll, kite loop. With a smooth landing. Okay, is that going to be enough? She doesn't have that kite loop back roll move yet, so she's definitely going to take another family here. Lowest score she has is a 3.97, which is the kite loop. So I do believe it's going to be close, whether it's going to knock Lana off top spot or not. But Lana definitely needs to throw down here and put something good up, just to be safe. It's going to be tight though. But I don't think... Is it going to be enough? Let's see. But let's just have a little look at that replay from Lana Herman. You see here, left foot forward. Goes for... Ooh, just manages to swing under there. I thought maybe she was going to be crashing. But a great move there from Lana. So Jasmine's no move on the score, so she will remain in 2nd. Lana will remain in 1st. And there you have it on your screen. Aya will remain in 3rd. Lana advances. Jasmine and Aya will be battling out in round number 2.
flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
And here we go, the last heat of round number 1 for the women. We have Clarisse Diniz. She is with the local organiser wildcard up against the powerhouses of Alice and Zara. Zara is the current GKA Big Air World Champion. She won it in Gran Canaria. And she'll be looking to get things up and running for the 2025 year with a solid result here in Brazil. As we have Clarisse already crashed out on their first trick. There we have Alice who landed that one. Let's just have a little look at the replay. Zara will be jumping last in the blue lycra. And I believe after this round we will be going straight back onto the men. So Zara now. Done a lot of training by the looks of things, going right foot forward. As I do believe preferred side for Zara is going left foot forward. And here she is, you can see riding for core. Looks to be on quite a big kite as well. Maybe around a 9, I would say. But here she is. First trick attempt. No, wanting to use those kickers to the right. Just hopping over the break there. It's got to be quick though, because otherwise she will get timed out here. Which I believe has happened for Zara on her first trick, yes. And Clarisse here just going for a straight kite loop, lands it. So unfortunately there, the only one scoring on that first round of tricks was a kite loop back roll from Alice. Zara and Clarisse scoring just crashes there. .33 coming in there for Clarisse. Alice now is the next rider to jump. Here she is. Nice kicker here, goes up. Front roll, nice boo loop there. And a smooth landing from Alice. Definitely now the tide coming a little bit higher. We're seeing a little bit of some smoother kickers, let's say. A bit more steep. And Alice has really got off to a flying start here. Focus now shifts over to Zara. And here she is, current GKA Big Air World Champion. But unfortunately, big crash there for Zara. We'll try and see that one on replay as my screen froze in front of me just as takeoff happens. But it's that go on your screen at the moment, Alice, who's sitting in first place. Looking like a new development kite there from RRD. Haven't seen that one yet. So, third round of tricks now. Clarice with a back roll kite loop. Bit too much slack there. Kite didn't catch her. As that will go down as a crash. So it's all happening here. This is the last heat of round number 1 for the woman. Alice is going to be next to jump. So far, 2 tricks and 2 scores land, as you can see there, her and her caddies. Pretty much a perfect start. The kite loop front roll 6.30, kite loop back roll 6.07. Pink flag has now gone up, which means judges are reviewing the score of the last trick. Down it goes. Red flag is up. Okay, Alice, time to engage, as she does. What do we see here? We've got 2 kite loops, one with a back rotation, one with a front rotation. Maybe a contra loop now is the right and smart thing to do for Alice. Putting on the front hand. Goes for a kite loop with 2 back rolls this time. Back roll kite loop into a back roll. You see the replay here. So back roll kite loop with a late back. And now Zara is the next light lady to jump. As we're following Zara coming in now, she's now going to go left foot forward. So maybe starting to play it safe a little bit. You can see here, going for that boogie loop. Textbook stuff there from Zara. Getting a score on the board. Very, very smart from your current champ. So that's going to push her most likely into second place, because the score from Clarice at the moment with just a single kite loop is quite low on that 3.33. To Zara after that one, certainly pushing up into second. Scores dropping now from the judge panel. Halfway through the heat. Well, just under halfway through, because they're on trick attempt number 4. And they have 4 more left. Clarice just with a board off there with a spin. No loop of the kite. Nice bit of distance travelled, but yeah, got quite a sort of flew downwind on the takeoff there. Spins the board, gets it back on the feet. You can see they're redirecting that kite with that front hand, so a nice smooth landing takes place. So Alice now is up next. She has a 7.07 for that last move she did. So nice score on the board. Remains in first. So here we go. She lines up. Goes for it. Kite loop, board off. And lands it as well. Nice move there from Alice. Definitely. Oh, she has just crashed the kite though by the looks of things afterwards. But maybe she did ride away from the trick, however. Kite loop board off. Not a crazy amount of height. But it's going to be rewarded for the sake of it being a kite loop board off. But maybe deducted on points because of the height. Anyway, we go now to Zara, who's back to going right foot forward. Nice little kicker lining up here for Zara. Wants to make use of it and does so with a kite loop late back. And a smooth landing there from Zara. One of the biggest ones that we've seen in this heat so far. She'll be stoked on that one. Looking at that most complete rider, being able to do things both going left and going right. And you can see there, kite loop late back. Perfect kicker there. Initiates the loop with a very smooth landing. And it's looking good as well. So will definitely now be chasing Alice hot on the heels. Just keep your eyes on the scores. Judges liking what they see there, I can tell you that. We've returned now back into sequence, trick attempt number 5. Back to the local wildcard here for Clarisse Diniz. That straight jumped with the tic-tac there was a 2.83. Nice little kicker here. Times it well. Front roll. Grabs the tail of the board. But just a front roll there. So definitely getting, putting some points, but it's not going to be anything that's going to be hunting down Zara or Alice just yet. Nice score coming in here still for Zara to drop on your screens. And there it is, an 8. So highest scoring trick so far that we've seen in this heat. Zara on the 8, 13.90. Not far off first. She needs a 4.55 to jump into first position now. Alice at the moment is your first place rider. As you can see, needs to go and get engaged now on that 5th trick attempt. Is she going to go left foot forward? Is she going to go right? Looking like she's turning around. Yeah, here we go. So again, has the kite loop board off, but it doesn't have a contra loop yet. So dirt goes. A little bit out of control, but manages to stomp it. Good amount of height as well there. But gets yanked and taken off the board afterwards. So I think that's going to go down as a crash. But I'm no judge. Yes. So there we go. You see the forward rotation. Loops the kite. Manages to stick the landing to begin with. You can see looking up at the kite and then all of a sudden just gets absolutely sent. There you go. Bang. Nice bit of whiplash there. Neck braces needed. So here we go. Zara in second place, but has room for to bump up here into first. She does only have 2 tricks counting towards her score, whereas all the other riders, as you see, have 3. She needs a 4.55. Her scores are made up of a kite loop front roll and a kite loop back roll. But she has just been crashed out, so now we go back into sequence number 6. We'll try and get an update on that last move from Zara. There we see Clarisse going for that kite loop and landing it nicely there. So Alice now up next. So you can see now that RRD, Alice coming into your screen. Tyre's nice and high now. Probably won't see it come too much higher. And a little bit of a kicker here. Decides against it. There's a couple of nice rolling sets coming in here. Alice engages. Front roll contra loop as well. It's going to be nice if she can stick this one. Skip over that front wave. Does manage to keep it together. So you can see here. Goes to that front rotation. Pulls on that front hand. That's a family she hasn't yet met, so that's going to score. Lowest score at the moment for her is a 5.07 for a kite loop board off. I do believe that that is going to knock that score off and leave just a slightly further gap for Zara to check. But here's a nice looking kicker for Zara. Goes up. Contra loop. But a nasty crash there for her. Didn't quite get the cleanest of takeoffs there. Oh no, looked good there. You can see they're really yanking that right-hand side of the bar. I do believe maybe Zara is on a kite size bigger than the rest. And obviously the smaller the kite, the quicker it turns. But it's not over yet. Alice has a score. Yeah, she has some scores dropping, so keep an eye on Alice's scores as Clarence here manages to stick her last trick attempt there. Looking to improve her front roll of 1.50. But here going for the back rotation. Up next, Alice. Okay, so two important tricks coming up here. Alice now 20.17, so she did up on that contra-loop front roll, 6.80. Zara still has the highest scoring trick of the heat, but definitely now she needs a 6.28 now to go into first place, depending on what happens here with Alice. So here we go. Focus now on Alice. As a nice kicker once again goes in her favour. Looked like she wanted to go there for the contra-loop board off, but a big crash. As you watch here. Yeah, contra-loop board off. Gets the board off, loops the kite. But, oof, that looked nasty as well. But she's all good. She's back up on the board. Okay, so big trick now coming up for Zara. Last trick of the heat. Needs a 6.28 so that she avoids any round 2 battle and goes straight through to round number 3. Here she goes. Left foot forward. Engaging. Goes up. Gets a good bit of yank there on that one. Smooth landing. But is it going to be enough? Let's have a little look. As you can see here, puts the front rotation, good yank actually. And I hear that buzzer is now gone. Scores still to drop for that contra-loop front roll. Don't think it's going to be enough though to put her into first place. More action coming up. I believe we're now switching over to the men. Stay tuned.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Okay, here we go. Round number 2, heat number 1. 2 guys advance, 2 go home. Fabian Frick, Victor Emmanuel, Finn Flugel, and Samuel Bandelli. Big one coming inbound here. So let's get well and truly underway. Had some news as well. There's only 2 heats left today. So we will be doing this heat and then the heat number 10. So the second of round number 2 in the men, and then we're going to be calling it a day. So we will go halfway through round number 2 before we put the lock on the door and return back tomorrow with more action. So Fabian Frick opening up with a kite loop back roll board of 4.73. Victor Emmanuel now on your screen riding the Elevate kite. He goes up with those front rolls with also the board off and what looked to be a contra loop. And the crowd loved it as well. The home support for Victor there, shining bright. This is the replay from Fabian Frick. But Victor Emmanuel, not sure. It's looking like it's going to be a crash. Finn Flugel now coming in. Back roll, board off with multiple rotations there as well. Nice board spins. So he goes to the back, front hand, so it's a contra loop as well. Very talented young rider, recently moving onto the Red Bull team as well for Germany. Next week as well, we'll be over in Kite competing in freestyle. So the young kids got it all. Samuel Bandelli now in next. Now have the additional green lycra. See, trying to get a little bit of momentum going through that board. Pumping around. Nice kicker. Goes up. Kite loop. Oh, it's a big landing. That is a heavy, heavy hit there from Samuel. You see, he got the rotation, but just couldn't sort of had that bar, I feel, too far pulled in. Kite wasn't able to sort of reset and catch him. But it's good to see he's all good after that big hit. So same deal applies, although we have 4 riders now, opposed to 3. It's 7 trick attempts, 3 count. Top 2 go through. Bottom 2, sorry, will be packing their bags and heading back home. Here we go, Fabian. Lovely there with the boards. Great technical style there. You can see he's happy with it as he claims it. We all have a claim. So we watch the replay here. Takes off. Front roll with the loop. And the scores are looking healthy as well. So we watch that one more time. You can see they're spinning the boards. So kite loop front roll there with the tic-tacs. It's coming in nice. You'll see another score appear for Fabian Frick very shortly. Victor Emmanuel now, front roll, board off, looping, and also with the tic-tacs. But that's a huge crash there for him. He stayed in the straps of his board as well, and that's never a good sign. You always want to try and kick the board off your feet when you're crashing to avoid any sort of injury. But here you can see front roll, loops the kite, tic-tacs, and just a huge heavy landing there. It's not going to be good for the kneecaps, but I do believe he's all well and good. Finn Flugel now. Looking like he's going to go right foot forward on this kicker. Front roll. Takes the board off as well and loops the kite, but that's a crash there for him. Samuel now crashing out on the first. So first time on tour for Samuel. Fabian here with 2 scores on the board, so he is currently in first place, but Samuel crashed his first trick. You can see here looking, nice little kicker there, goes up, front roll, board off with the loop as well, and skips over. So Samuel there will be happy to get a score on the board. You can see some comments at the moment in the stream just about the wind maybe seeming too light. It definitely does look light on the stream, I have to admit. But there's definitely wind out there. I think if you were standing here on the beach in Brazil, you'd understand. And there's a little bit more wind than what it seems. For sure, they would like it to be a little bit, stronger. But definitely there is more than enough wind at the moment to put some good tricks together, some good moves. I was surprised myself when we stopped off and popped my head outside the booth and just had a little look. Victor Emmanuel now, the local. You can hear the cheers at the side of the booth here every time he lands a trick. Earned his place in the national qualifier yesterday, which took place. 2 spots are up for grabs. And he was one of the riders that successfully won the nationals. So he was very, very stoked, very, very happy to have the chance to compete. And he's enjoying it here as he puts those rotations in with that contra loop. And he really sticks it nice and smooth. As we watch that one again, he pops up, puts in that front roll rotation. Loops the kite with the board off, with the front hand. Nice little grab on the way down as well. And Victor Emmanuel gets his first score on the board. Finn here, getting nice height off that kicker. You can see just the advantage of when the riders are able to initiate those kickers and link them together. Sort of just a cheat code when you have that ramp. As we watch the youngster again, fires up, front rotation, loops the kite, board goes off, sticks it back on. Little grab of the little tap of the nose as well on the boards. So green flag up now for Samuel. Currently has that 5.33. There is a score also to drop for Victor. Also Finn Flugel obviously landed that last manoeuvre. So scores coming in. Good amount of height here. Kite loop back roll board off. A nice distance travelled. I think that's going to score nice there for Samuel. You can see here kite loop back roll with the board off and travels a nice amount of distance. So maybe a little increase in the wind now because we're definitely seeing our riders go a little bit higher, travel a little bit further. Don't want to get too excited, but maybe Jerry's just turning on for us right at the end of the day. However, for Fabian Frick, it just turned off. He went flying off the front of his board there. So I believe he's going to be crashed out. And we're going to go for the red flag now. So we're going to be moving over to Victor. Yes, so Fabian there goes down as a crash. So, scores on the boards. Who's going to be in first place? You see that 6.60 there from Samuel. So they liked what they saw, the judges, with that kite loop back roll board off. He's now in second position. So Victor's got to get going soon. And here we go. Can he jump off the back of one of these waves? He's got to be quick because he's going to get timed out. I reckon he's going to get signaled out now. Yep, he's going to get signaled out. It's going to go down as a crash. I believe the blue flag is going up. This won't count. So Finn Flugel. See some comments about Principe. Principe is in the third round, which will be taking place tomorrow. So we did the first round of heats today. We'll be finishing off after the next heat. So we'll be seeing who's going to make it through, who's going to not. Tomorrow as well, we'll have some riders joining me in the booth. And we'll be taking you through what hopefully, fingers crossed, will be an epic day of action. As we see Finn Flugel here going for his fourth trick attempt. 4 riders in this heat, fourth trick attempt for Finn. Still has room to put another trick on the board as well. So let's just watch this one back. He goes to the back roll with the contra loop, with the board off. Board back on. Oh, yeah, you see there he wanted to have a little bit of a grab, but decided, nope, just going to land that one smoothly. Believe that now this one would bump him up into first place. Ooh, board off by the fin there. Saves it, but Samuel there didn't get quite the takeoff he was looking for. As you see here, replay. Yeah, you can see straight away board came out of that left. I was about to say left shoe, but it's not a shoe. Left foot. I suppose you could use those footsteps as a shoe if you really, really wanted to. So back into sequence, trick attempt number 5. Kite loop late back with a board off. Followed by a meaty crash. Unfortunately there, Fabian started off really, really nicely with 2 big scores, but has struggled on the last 3 moves. He's crashed them. As you can see here, he did have it stick and landed. You thought it was all well and good and all gravy until we saw that splash. Victor Manuel got crashed out last time. It took too long, so... Oh, he's gone for the old Kung Fu handle pass there. A lot of distance travelled downwind there. Not much height. I think the height will be penalised. As you see here, sort of just went forward rather than up. But still very, very impressive to do those. A good thing to see in those lighter winds as well. But it's going to be scored. Judges liking that. It's going to be a good score for him because he's only got 1 counting, which is that 5.43. So the round 2 is actually the only round that we see 4-man heats. Everything else will be... Sorry, my mistake. Round 1 is the only time we see 3-man heats, and then it's going to be 4-man heats going forwards. Here we go. Flugel again. Finding some rhythm in the later stages of this heat. Has 2 tricks counting towards his score. Green flag now goes up. And it's Samuel Bendelli. Here we go, Samuel, front roll, goes for what looks, oh, with the board off and tries to get the board flip, just about manages to grab his board, nearly lost it. Very sort of stompy head, landing there. Didn't quite ride out of it smoothly. Sort of fell from the sky as such. But I think you can notice here, he nearly loses his board on the flip. Oh, just about manages to grab it. So Fabian Frick now, as we watch that replay, he goes up. Not the smoothest of takeoffs, but there you go. The back roll with the board off and the loop. Coming in a little bit heavy with a big butt check, so that's going to be another crash for him. So Victor, currently in that 4th position, but he only has 2 trick scoring. The only rider that actually has 3 tricks counting to his score is Samuel. So here we go, Victor. He's got to go quickly though, otherwise he's going to lose out on a trick. He goes front roll with the board off, multiple rotations, very late on the loop. And that's a really nasty landing, actually. Sort of big butt check, followed up into that white sort of break of the wave. Well, nearly loses it there on the takeoff, but you can see here, rotates, gets nice and spinny, spots his landing, puts his board back on his feet, but has a big butt check there. And you can see just here, bang, gets swallowed up by that wave. Not a big wave, but it sure does pack a punch when you go into it with speed like that. Flugel again, contra loop. Tell you what, they're jumping one after the other here. Goes up, back roll, contra loop. Plenty of board spins. Just looks so in control, the youngster. That's going to score nicely as well. So scores on the door. Samuel in 1st, Finn in 3rd, Fabian in 2nd, Victor in 4th. Did that a bit of a weird way around, but it is what it is. Green flag. Okay, here we go. So 6th trick attempt for Samuel. He currently heat leader. Oh no, that's going to count. Yes, that's going to count for him, unfortunately. He was committed to that. Oh, the judge is going to count it. Let's see. He's doing a trick now anyway, so we'll go with the motion. We'll go with the routine. And it's landed, so let's see if the score comes in or if they crash that first attempt, whether it attempt or not. So there we can see front roll with the board off, looping the kite as well. Next up, Victor Emmanuel. So here we have Fabian there. That's Fabian. Yeah, butt check. Followed by a crash. So Fabian's going to be crashed out. I mean, he's going to stay in 3rd place. So unfortunately for Fabian, it's going to be the end of the road for him. Next up, Victor needs a 3.01 only to go into 2nd place. He has a chance here, but he's got to go. He's got to go quick. Here he is on your screen. We're watching him from above. Goes up, front rotation, gets the board off multiple spins, loops that with the front hand, the contra loop. And he lands it as well. That is huge. What a moment to land that on the last trick attempt when you only need a 3.01 to go into second place. A 7.84 to go into first. Don't believe it's going to be that much. You can see actually the height maybe not all there, but technically in the lighter wind there, very nicely done. You can see twins and twins and twins. It pulls the loop a little bit late for my liking, but nonetheless, very well executed. And I do believe it's going to be enough to get him into second place. Maybe. Because the issue as well that you have is that he has done a contra loop front roll board off again, which he already had actually. So he's not ticked a different family. So although the score was there of 6.10, he's actually going to remain on 2 scores counting because of the families. Finn there landing his last trick attempt, but going down as a crash afterwards, wasn't able to ride out. So now we have Samuel Bandelli, heat leader, and the only rider that's really paired all the categories together in the trick attempts, because he's got 3 scores counting. The only rider to do so, hence the lead. And he really smoothly does it there as well. So we are in round number 2, heat number 1 of the men. Up next, we have heat number 2 of round number 2 of the men, which will be the last heat of the day. Don't go anywhere. One more heat to go here in Jerry Choir.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
This is a dream come true.
Once again, hello to everyone tuning in for this first day of the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup for twin tip division. And you can see there the AP flag has been raised. We did plan on actually doing heat number 2 of round number 2 of the men, but it's getting pretty dark out there now. And the team have decided to call it a day for day number 1. We will be back again tomorrow. Check out our socials to find out the start time. We'll be here in the morning. And don't go anywhere, because put it in your diary. Men and women twin tip big air will be continuing on day number 2 tomorrow. For now, thank you very much for tuning in. And yeah, check out the highlights of the day. Here we go.
missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
We gon'